Hi, Lizzie. Maybe she's on mute.
What's going on? Can we try again?
Okay,
Yeah, let's just read.
it is 5 o'clock. And we definitely have a quorum. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
How you doing? Diane? Good.
Hi. Doing passable fine.
What's that?
I said I'm doing passably fine.
Passively fine.
Ray, just so you know, I've told Kadeem, but I'll be here till about 6:15, and then I'll come back again, I don't know, around 8 maybe.
Okay. Well, I guess we can get it started. As I say, we have a quorum, certainly. Thank you all for joining in. And I'm going to start with the boilerplate. Here we go. As a preliminary matter, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. So members, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. I have Diane Coombs.
Here.
Very good. Val Oliver.
Here.
Thank you. Abby Camp. I did see Abby, right?
I thought I heard her.
It
No.
looks like she and Lizzie were working on the computer doing something to try to figure it out.
Okay, well, how about you, Carrie Thornwell? Are you here?
I'm here. I
All
am.
right, I knew you were. Ray Pohl for the record, and I think let's check in and see if Abby's still around.
Oh,
Okay.
she's coming back in now.
Oh, she's coming back in. Very
Yep.
good. I'm going to hold it up just for a second because I want to get her on there for our vote.
Is that Johnny McLaughlin? Is that Johnny McLaughlin?
It is?
Is it? I'm asking.
Well, I see
Or
Holly.
is that
nodding
another John?
yes.
I believe it is, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so John, are you there?
I don't see a picture.
Oh, okay, I'm going to come back to John. But in the meantime, has Abby joined us?
You can talk to.
She's here. Her box is here.
She's not she's not recording. I have her as a red.
Rats. You mean the microphone? She's muted?
No, not
No,
that.
she's not muted.
The other thing, the other thing that's, I don't know, it's video camera is not on.
Well, yes, that is true. Let's see. Okay, well, hopefully she'll get on. We'll see if John gets on. All right, so we have 4 members, including myself, ready to move forward. Okay, let's move on to staff. When I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Kadeem McCarthy.
Present.
Thank you. Holly Bacchus.
Present.
And Terry Norton, I got a question for you.
What's the question?
Are you staff?
Kind of, sort of, but that's okay.
Well, so I've been remiss for like 2 years now.
Well, you're not the only one who, I think only Denise Cronow is the only person who actually calls my name as staff.
All right,
I'm not
well,
to worry about it, but it looks
I-
like we have Stephen and now Jesse.
Oh my goodness, this is
Isn't that
getting
exciting? Which
But
is
Terry-
more exciting. Don't worry
Terry,
about it.
are you here?
I am.
All
Ter-
right, very good.
Terry, I do greet you though
I greet
Oh,
you too, Stephen.
at Capcom.
Okay, so Stephen Welch.
Here.
We're back to members now, everybody. It's getting a little confusing, but Stephen Welch has joined us. Jesse Dutra, are you there?
Yeah.
All right, okay, that was John McLaughlin. Jesse, are you in?
Yes, I am.
You are, okay, good. All right, so still no Abby, right?
He's here.
She hasn't been responding. Anyway,
Oh,
I'm gonna move it along. Other anticipated speakers will be named as their applications appear. Okay. Good evening. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. Which isn't exactly true, but I'm not going to get into that right now. For this meeting, the HDC is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided to members of this body are also available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Before we turn to the first item on the agenda, let's go through some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking, and please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in conversations with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. And for items with public comment, before the members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment to those members of the public. Like public comment to those members of the public, redundant, and it comes up one more time, that have joined the meeting via Zoom. Members of the public who wish to speak must state their names and be acknowledged by and speak through the chair. Finally, each vote taken at tonight's meeting will be done by roll call. Thank you all. Okay, do we have Abby yet? I know you're there, John. I know. Okay.
I have a comment.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, John.
I have we have 113 applications backlog as of the start of this meeting.
Isn't that interesting?
We'll wipe out a lot of them.
And we're going to get through all 103 of those tonight.
And also somebody mentioned a comment that the only thing they can see is my bald head. So I'm going to show you.
See hair on there.
I could go on to my picture. I'll show it to you. I got a haircut yesterday.
It looks, John, it looks absolutely
Bring
fabulous.
it up now. You can't get it on there.
Now, I don't want to speak for the whole board, but your haircut looks really fabulous.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you, John. No Abby, right?
Not yet.
Okay, so
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
thank you. I just want to note that right now that Abby's still missing. She is the fifth member of the regular board. So what we're going to need to do until she appears is to bring in associates. So my rotation will start with Carrie. So Diane has made a motion to approve tonight's agenda. On Diane's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Very good. Val,
Aye.
Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Very good. Okay. Now we're going to go straight to the consent agenda, from which I need to recuse which means that Diane will be chairing this. And Diane, you're going to need to pick up 2 associate members because I'm not on it. I think I'm the only person that needs to sit down on this one, right?
Yeah.
Have
It would
Jesse
appear.
and.
So Jesse and Stephen, yeah. Okay, you go for it, Diane.
All right, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, thank you. Can I get Johnny?
Aye.
All right, Stephen, Stephen. Val,
Stephen.
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Oh,
I-
okay, well,
I am an I also.
yeah, that's one too many. I would probably strike the Stephen since you took Carrie's vote first, but that's okay. All right, so next up, thank you, Diane. Next up is 1 consent with conditions. And let's see, this one can be Stephen.
All right, we have motion to approve consent with conditions.
Very good. Thank you, Diane, on the motion. On that motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Very good, Val.
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
All right,
and I'm in favor of that. Motion carries. Now, folks, number 4 is a citizens article that I think is relevant to this, very, very relevant to this board. So I did want to just have the person who's sponsoring this article speak on the article. It was passed around this afternoon. I don't know how many of you got to read it, but let's just make sure that Anne, are you there?
I saw her.
So did
Yes.
I.
I am
there,
here.
there you
Mr.
are.
Chair.
Okay. So everybody, this is Ann Duez. I'm sure you're familiar with her from some of the applications that we've reviewed recently. She is sponsoring a warrant article that concerns the definition of pools and hot tubs and so forth, which we all know to be very contentious, particularly in the old historic district. So Anne, would you like to just give us a little bit of a overview of what you're proposing? I read it myself, but it would be helpful if you just sort of told the board how you hope to have the language written in the bylaw about pools and spas and that sort of thing, how you would like to have it worded.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It became patently obvious to me this summer in the many, many meetings that I went to about properties in my Mill Street neighborhood. By the way, I'm Ann Duez and I live at 5 Mill Street, just for the record, that there was a big problem in terms of in the old historic district, having pools. And what were these pools and how did we get where we are, given that pools were basically banned from the old historic district by voters overwhelmingly in 2011. And what I learned was that it's really a question of definitions. There are 2 definitions in town bylaws. One is a definition of a pool, which was included in the town bylaws in 2011 and entered into the use chart at that time. A pool was defined as anything greater than 150 square feet, deeper than 2 feet, and greater than 1,000 gallons. This is an interesting set of criteria because if you take 150 square feet and of surface area and 2 feet of depth, you have 2,244 gallons of water. Alternatively, if you take 150 square feet and 1,000 gallons, your pool can be no more than 10.65 inches deep. So clearly that definition was odd, shall we say. But more importantly, what happened is that some clever people figured that if a body of water was less than 150 square feet and less than 1,000 gallons or equal to, then it would be permissible in the ROH. Then in 2017, at special town meeting in November, another definition was entered into the bylaws in a technical amendment, and that was called hot tub / spa. And that definition was a body of water that was less than 150 square feet and deeper than 2 feet, but it had no gallonage limitation. Now, the research that I and others have done has determined that the reason for creating that definition was so that these hot tubs, primarily hot tubs at the time, would be excluded from ground cover. They would be part of the list of things like external stairways and driveways and all those other things that do not count when you're doing a ground cover calculation. So I suppose the people who drafted that definition didn't really think too much about it, since the only purpose was to exempt it from ground cover. Problem is, people are now using that definition as a way to say that hot tub spas are legal and that they can be more than 1,000 gallons. Most lawyers say patently that's incorrect, but rather than get into semantics about whether or not the definition itself is correct, it seemed to me the smart thing to do was to revise the definitions so that they, one, did what they were supposed to do, which was ban pools from the ROH, and two, were internally consistent, and three, were strong enough so that the poor Historic District Commission didn't have to tear its hair out being asked to adjudicate about these water basins, these features, about whether or not they were visible or whatever. So the idea, it's really simple what I'm proposing to do. I'm calling this a draft still because there are some additional constituencies with which I need to consult to make sure that I haven't left any stones unturned, that there would be no unintended consequences of the language as it ends up, I hope, getting passed. And that, for instance, is taxed. Swimming pools are taxed differently from so-called whirlpools. And I haven't had the time yet to understand all of these permutations and combinations, but that's why I'm calling it a draft, because there are still others that I would like to consult with to make sure that by fixing one problem, I'm not creating another, in essence. So what I would really like to do is change the definition of spa hot tub to be something that's really a hot tub. In other words, 36 square feet, 6 by 6. And you keep the gallonage limitation at 1,000. That gives you a nice hot tub of maybe 4 or 5 feet, which I think could potentially be okay. Now, what I would love to hear from the HDC is your thoughts about the concept and the principle, number one. Please rest assured that I'm mostly trying to help you because of the agony we've all been through this past summer. But I think it is a fundamental problem that needs solving, and I want to do it the best way I possibly can. If it turns out that a board or somebody else does its own warrant, and I think that it's fine, I can drop mine, but mine is due by the 15th of November. And so I want to make sure it gets in case nobody else chooses to sponsor such a warrant. I also need to understand a little bit better how this would work outside of town. I know this is something that Holly Backus has brought up, and I don't have the answer yet, Holly, but I'll be back on island November 6th, and I intend to get all those answers. But in concept, in principle, I do have the support of the Nantucket Historical Commission, and I will be seeking the support of others, and I hope the HDC. So I hope that gives you enough of a feeling for what I'm trying to do and what it is. I guess from a from a detail standpoint, I want to drop this depth limitation. It seems really stupid to me. It doesn't do anything, and it just it creates problems. But I will go back to the planning department and see if there was a specific reason for including it. Once again, trying to make sure there are no unintended consequences, really cover all the bases. If you have any ideas about that, I'm all ears. I want to do the best job for everyone that I possibly can. So with that, I will hopefully get some feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Thanks for putting this together, and we look forward to this article. Because this probably won't be voted, and I think I'm hoping just to get more of a temperature of the board at this point, and maybe able to write some sort of an opinion, that comes from the HCC, and we'll all get to review it and vote on it. It would be open to all the members, not just 5. So I'd like to hear from anyone, any member of the board that would like to voice an opinion on this. But before I do so, I just want to make sure, is there anyone else, any other member of the public that wants to speak on this before I turn it over to the board? And also I want to hear from you, Holly, if you have something to say. Member of the public? Yes, John.
My only comment is I've read it twice, that I think instead of discussing it here, let the town meeting take care of it. Think of it.
Well, that's what she wants to do, is get it to town meeting, but she wants to know whether the HCC will endorse her proposal, really. So thank you, John. And it will go to town meeting, no question about it. Any other member of the public that wants to speak?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mark Poor.
Mark Four here.
Yep.
I believe, if I'm speaking correctly, the 2-foot limitation is imposed by the Mass General laws in terms of permitting, where you don't have to protect the area around the water feature. I think that's where that all comes from.
You mean the fencing or the
Or automatic pool cover. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mark.
Thank you.
So that apparently that's where that comes from.
I'll go.
Okay, hang on one second, Diane, because I do want to see if Holly has anything that she'd like to say on this before I turn it over to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention first and foremost that for folks that are not familiar with the process, all town meeting warrant articles that are associated with zoning go to the planning board. Those will go through a process for review for support or not support to the town meeting warrant to be obviously formally adopted by select board to move forward to town meeting. There are obviously mechanisms within that process where we can flush out the specifics so there aren't any unintended consequences, specifically looking at the use chart, if that's what would be something to mitigate, if you will, those unintended consequences. But a lot of those questions, I think, really need to be flushed out, obviously with planning staff, my colleagues here at the Plus office, as well as the planning board.
Okay, great, Holly, thank you. Okay, Diane, I promised you could speak first, so go ahead.
Well, basically, on the basic questions, I think that is a good idea. We go from 10 by 15, and some of them are 2 feet, some of them are 4 feet. They come all around, all over. I am concerned mostly with having to go and being verified and okay by planning, because planning was, as far as I can figure out, was responsible for allowing it. And I think it's dangerous, from what Mark said, that the area around the pool, who takes care of that? If it's not protected, then the pool cover and the fence that we asked for is not for maintaining the pool, it's for the safety of the people and what they see. I think any help that Anne can get is most important, and to get it done right so we don't get caught on something that went by and we didn't notice it. I think it's a very important article because its pools are being pushed by every real estate agent, and in new houses and in built houses and in areas that really don't support a use of a pool or a spa. So I personally think it's a good thing and want to see every answer that Holly had and all the rest of it answered, backed up before it goes to the planning board.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
Sure. I like the concept of it because it would take the responsibility off of us, which is where it has fallen in the last year or so. But I haven't read through it and really digested it. So with regard to specifics, I don't have any. But to be clear, this is a zoning issue. Anne is completely right to take it up in that avenue. It's not an HDC issue because of where our charge is. So thank you for helping us out, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Val. Who's next?
I'll go.
Very good. Thanks, Carrie.
I also agree that this is a good idea. I do, when I read legal language, my brain goes fuzzy. So when I read this, I was like, but it's not saying like no pools, no spas in the old historic district and wherever else. And to me, that was like, why doesn't it say that? Because it's all such technical language. That's where it could get mixed up with more technicalities in the future. And I just wonder if there's any way to put in the language something very simple, saying the purpose of this whole thing is to deny swimming pools, spas, any usable water feature in the old historic district. And I'm sure Anne can answer that. I'm sure she's got her reasons.
Can I just pop in here for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Basically, I modeled this after the 2011 article because that passed. Interestingly, the 2011 article put swimming pools residential into the use chart, and it was okay across every zoning category except for ROH, SOH, where it was a no, but it was an either or proposition. The or was approvable by special permit. The voters in 2011 said no to the or because they felt it was much too big a loophole. And so we ended up with N, banned. That is where I would love to end up, but this is the kind of feedback I would like to have, is how important will it be to get the thing passed to at least give voters a chance to weigh in on complete ban or approvable by special permit. My problem with special permit is, what does that mean? But in terms of the legal language, I agree with you, Carrie. It is mind-numbing, and it's got worse for the swimming pool definition because it's been amended now 3 times. Twice in 2017, and once in 2021 when the ban on pools went further outside the ROH. So I will, I've already been over this with town council, but he invited me to come back if I wanted to talk about it anymore. And I will ask him flat out, how can we word this to make it more clear exactly what we're asking for? And by the way, town council said he'd leave off the or as well, not have the option of a special permit. I just am mindful of how fickle Nantucket can be. And I would hate to see this thing get blown out of the water 100% because some people said, well, argued that it should be special permit and managed to do a marketing campaign. You know where I'm going with this. So I need to talk to a few more constituencies quietly, conversationally, just to get a feel for what would fly at ATM.
Right.
So thank you for that. I will try.
Well, I think you've done a marvelous job. Indeed.
I guess I'm ready to make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Jesse.
So I just in case people that don't know, swimming pools is my livelihood.
Mhm.
So, I have to look at this at a perspective from, my livelihood, but also from as a parent and as a Nantucket community member who is seeing the problems that these pools are causing in town. Everyone says that, that this is a problem that's been happening this year. This article, this zoning you could have done for the last 10 years plus. So they've been going in, but they haven't been going in at such a pace until now because of the drive of the rental market and the developer and so on and so forth. So basically, it's a problem. And I see it as a problem, and something does need to happen. From a livelihood standpoint, I don't like building pools in town. It's a real pain in the butt, and I don't even like building pools in a local neighborhood where someone has just bought up some property, and one less is not for a local person. So it's it is a problem, and it needs to be addressed, and this is a good start. I do get concerned, and why I've fought the original article, and it didn't pass by flying colors. It lost the first time, but why I was against it is there is also the person that does want a spa that isn't a developer and doesn't rent the house, and they could be a retired or elderly person who needs therapeutic massaging heated water or whatever it is. And and that's really sad that this kind of increase in demand for them for a financial gain may cause someone else not to have it. So it's just it's a sticky situation, and it's not black and white. The one thing that I would say is just knowing the industry and knowing spas and have designed them for the last 20 years. A 6x6 spa is extremely small for someone my size. I would be sorry. Please, Karen, please close the
Could
door.
I
Close the door
just
now. Yes.
answer
Please.
that question about size? Is that okay?
Actually, if I could, I apologize. My son interrupted me. Just one more comment, and then you can have the board floor. So I could feel more comfortable backing this article and helping it get passed in the community as a builder of pools. If it was a little bit bigger, more like an 8x8 size spa. Because I think that is actually a size spa that can work for people that are bigger. And then the whole gallonage thing, the reason why that was a housekeeping article is just for that reason. It didn't make sense to have 150 square foot spa at 10 inches deep of water. And a 150 square foot spa is aiming to mini pools. So I can see the problem and can, hope that, an article and not discouraging developers, but not discouraging someone that could actually use it for medical and therapeutic reasons.
Could I quickly just make one comment about the size?
Yes,
The definition is water surface area. And if you look at commercial spas, let's say an 8x8, they typically have about 500 or 600 gallons in them. And the reason is because the spa area that you actually sit in itself is a formed a capsule inside the external dimensions. 6x6 of surface area itself is actually not all that small. That's the thinking. You just have to remember surface area versus
the water line. Yes, I know what you mean. And I think, with the water line, the surface area, I think it's just a little, it's really crowded. That's a very small spa for someone that is a small person or persons. Anyone that's, my size, you're crowded. And I think that there are 9x9 and 10x10 spas that are legit spas. You're not going to build a 10x10 pool. So it's not like it's that an 8x8 is a medium sized spa. A 6x6 is a small spa. A 10x10 is a large spa. A 15x10 is a huge spa. I feel like that is something that could be, a change that may help you get the article going in the right direction. Because, from a livelihood standpoint, it's not going to really affect me either way. But I feel like as an industry professional, that makes sense, and for the people that actually do need it, because I think that would be a fair change. And I know this is not really the board to discuss this, so I'll just keep it at that.
well, thank you. Thank you very much, Jesse. Anyone else?
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen.
Hi, Ann. Thanks for bringing this forward to us. I appreciate the concerns you've had. We've discussed a lot of these in great depth over the last many months at very long HTC hearings. I think I'd just like to address a few different points from a few different perspectives. One, picking up on Jesse's comments, I agree. I think we all agree there's very legitimate reasons for spas. I think we'd all agree that noise and light and a lack of common courtesy tend to rub neighbors the wrong way, and it's very unfortunate because it's basically one bad apple spoils the bunch. From an HDC standpoint, which is my primary concern, is and as a member of the community who enjoys the historic setting and character and setting, the fabric of the community, is that the visual elements of the spas, small pools and spas, are incongruent. But not only those, the visual barriers that tend to need to be created to hide them create an incongruence to the fabric and setting and the character of neighborhoods, but not just in the old historic districts, but also the rural areas, which have large hedges up. Part of it is, I think, a function of the time. I don't think any of us can say for certain that had our predecessors had the ability to put these pools in, that they wouldn't, but they didn't. And we are looking at the historical context, and I think that with Nantucket being itself a National Historic District, that's an important consideration. So that's from the HDC standpoint. The other thing, I think it is of the utmost importance, and I appreciate that consideration of unintended consequences. And I'd stress that I think they need to go beyond a first order of consequence. That's certainly warranted. One of the first orders, if you've watched these types of articles come forth in the past, is the timeline that's associated with it. And if an article goes in and it takes effect immediately, there are sometimes some unwanted, I don't know if I'd call them developments, but consequences of that. One is that many people put in for the particular type of thing that may be prohibited, and perhaps some or many who would not ordinarily do so, but they want to protect their rights. So a delayed timeline is sometimes helpful. And the other is just literally the mad rush. If that were to occur, the weight of the workload on the HDC, we have enough trouble as it is right now. So I'm a little concerned about that. I think the other is, just if you're considering noise and light, if the idea is to help limit those negative associations that tend to accompany spas, or at least the perception of a spa in someone's yard adjacent to another home, I don't know that the idea of 4 or 5 people in a smaller spa actually addresses that concern. So, and I'm not suggesting solutions. I'm just, kind of putting out there some thoughts on where there may be unintended consequences, where there have been past issues, and so on and so forth. At this point, I haven't really studied the language. I tend to be kind of a student of these types of things, so I will find it interesting to look at. And we'll see, what develops with it, and it will be interesting to see how you go about developing this with other constituencies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks a lot, Stephen. I do have a question about the mad rush thing that you brought up, but I'm going to first, Abby, are you with us? We can't hear you.
Darn it.
Oh, no, you're not muted either.
Thank you.
Hang on, John. Okay, no, hey, Abby, did you try, is your speaker muted on your computer? That happens with me every now and again.
Can't hear you.
No.
Oh,
Abby can't. Well, you got almost everybody, and so there's a lot of sort of logistical kind of things, but I think fundamentally everybody's in favor of an article like this. Now, one of the logistical things that Stephen just pointed out is, if memory serves me, and I'm happy to have somebody tell me otherwise, but so we're at the end of October right now, and you said that your article was due, needed to be submitted by November what?
November 15th is the deadline, 4 o'clock for citizen warrant articles.
So what typically happens is, because what happens if there's a zoning article change, like you're proposing, what happens is there's a zoning freeze that goes in place when the article is published, which is like December or January, right? And that freezes the zoning in favor of your article, like assumes that your article would get passed until it either gets passed or declined at the town meeting. Now, what Stephen's referring to is all those people that were sort of halfway thinking about doing something. They say, oh my gosh, now I got to get an application into the HEC. And it is indeed a mad rush. And
It's like a building cap.
Yeah, it's like a building cap where, people come out of the woodwork and they say, well, I wasn't planning on building for 5 years, but now I need to, get my permit so that I don't get shortchanged. So it's just something to be mindful of. I mean,
Ray?
Yes. Oh, there's Abby.
Yeah, so I am so sorry, but I'll say a few things quickly. I think on my record, I have, especially in the historic district, I've been against swimming pools and spas simply because
I noticed.
of what?
I noticed.
Oh, sorry.
You've been
I was afraid
consistent.
you couldn't hear me.
No.
No, so I mean, simply because of the proximity of buildings together, that if you put a spa in the historic district where things are tight, all the periphery things come up, like the noise and all of that. So that's why I've always said it was inappropriate. And way back, I have been able to listen to a lot of people talk on this, and I was, when Carrie said, I mean, I was thinking that I wish this article was actually going further, and that we would go for a rezoning of the historic district and just say, pools and spas aren't allowed. I don't think that would stop people's economy about their people doing landscaping. I don't,
Well, so one thing that you may have missed when Anne was talking is Anne is trying to be careful.
Right.
She wants the article to pass, and she doesn't want it to go too far so that it tips her, into a point where, the majority of people are saying, no, that's too far, too much, and vote against it. So I think she's suggesting hers is sort of a middle road kind of concept where it still allows for spas, albeit smaller.
Yeah. And I think that's
diplomatic.
That's the diplomatic way to go. And I think there are enough people on the board that are more. I'm pretty conservative about it, and I think that there are other people on the board that are less conservative. But I just I would like to see this pass, and at least it's bringing it to where it's being discussed and people are thinking about it. So I'm very excited about the article. And so.
All right. Well, glad you could come on, Abby. Thank you. And so, Anne, my opinion, I think I've told you this, but I feel like, the people living downtown sort of felt like, oh, well, we passed this no pool thing, and all of a sudden we're getting, quote unquote pools, but pools by another name. So I applaud your effort to sort of, get the train back on the tracks in terms of what the original intention of the article was. So if there's anything else we can do, I think we should. So you've got a sort of sense of the board, I think predominantly in favor of what you're doing, with some, provisos attached here and there. Do you want to come back to us at some point? Or, maybe we draft some sort of a memorandum that the board can review and approve to submit to the, is it the zoning board that reviews the articles?
The planning board.
Planning board, yeah. So, something to submit to the planning board to basically say that we're behind, we, the HEC, are behind your efforts. So I think that would be the goal. Sound
Mr.
good?
Chair.
I would be happy. Sorry.
I think we need to be careful about that because our jurisdiction isn't about the zoning issue part of it, although I support it completely as a person. So that's all I want to say. I mean, we can talk about what they look like or how they change what things look like, but with regard to, let's face it, the reason for this is nuisance.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
It is what it is. And basically we're asking people
zero.
to be civil and have respect for others, and that just doesn't exist anymore. So it's a hard thing to reel in.
Yeah. Very good, Val. Thank you. Let's see. Anne, I'll get back to you in just a second, but I think Holly wanted to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention for the benefit of obviously the commission and the public that there is an extensive timeline of how the warrant articles work on the town's website. So that way people can follow when those articles will be reviewed. Look at the beginning of the year, really, for when those are having public hearings and whatnot.
Okay. Thank you, Holly. Okay, Anne, what do you think?
Thank you. Just to wrap it up, I have heard some really useful things, and I hope that the people who gave me some ideas to follow up won't mind if I reach out to them individually to bounce ideas off of. I would be more than happy to come back to you just prior to my filing deadline of the 15th of November and let you know where I am, if that would be helpful. A letter from the HDC supporting the effort to rationalize definitions could perhaps be something that wouldn't be controversial. That you recognize that there's a problem, and anything that solves the problem would be supported by the HDC. The Historical Commission came up with some language that they felt comfortable with and have already written to the Planning Board to support the concept. And if you can do the same, I would be thrilled. So thank you very much for your time and
Thank you, Ann, for doing
your careful thinking. I appreciate it very, very much.
All right, we appreciate it. Sorry to keep you up so late.
That's all right. It's my passion. So if I can deal with it, it doesn't really matter. Sleep is incidental.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right.
Good night.
Night, night. Okay, thanks, everybody. Next up, new business. One item of new business from September 14th.
And Mr. Chair, we actually don't have material for that, so we are going to be holding it. I talked to the homeowner today rather than the agent because I was getting kind of annoyed myself. The homeowner did let me know that they had the agent and other individuals out at her house just today. She wasn't sure if they'd be able to get us plans. They left a sticky note that they are not able to. Up to you if I leave it there for Thursday or if I take it away and bring it back when I actually get the plans.
You know what? That's a good plan. Rather than us spending time voting this through to hold for revisions, why don't you just keep it off of the agenda until you have the revisions? And I actually think that that's what we normally do anyway. You know, something will disappear from our agenda.
Well, this one was special because we asked for it, but then they never kept, then they kept on waiting. So it's like an odd one.
Yeah, I mean, we did that in good faith to sort of move it along, but they apparently don't necessarily see the virtue in moving it along. So let's just take it off.
Sounds good to me. It's off.
You need a motion for us to do that?
I don't know if I do, Terry.
It might be helpful, but I just wanted to point out to Ray, I sent you, Kadeem, the email that I made a boo-boo last time. Ray, you are on this. I don't know where I got the idea that you weren't. What I have as a sitting board is you, Abby, Diane, Stephen, and Carrie are the sitting board. And like I said, just a motion to hold for revisions. Should
Perfect.
hold,
Thank you,
should
Terry.
do.
Okay, so can somebody give me a motion?
So moved.
Thanks. That motion was to basically take this item off of the agenda until we get revisions, right, Stephen?
Correct.
Thank you. On that motion, Carrie.
Carrie had to leave, remember? Her son's getting like
right, okay.
National
So
Honor
Abby, how about
Society.
you?
Yeah.
Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane? Diane?
Oh, I'm muted.
There you go.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye,
Stephen,
aye,
on your
aye.
motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, now we're on to new business of 10:12. Okay, so Carrie is not here at the moment. We have our regular board, so let's proceed with the regular board. Okay, 16 Plover, anybody? Oh, Mark was here. Mark.
I'm here.
Okay, thanks. You're up.
Thank you. When I was first engaged to go out to the site on Plover Lane, I thought I was driving down somebody's private driveway, because that's a feeling you get when you turn left off of Squam Road to get into the general properties that abut Plover Lane. This particular dwelling unit is on the end of Plover Lane as it exists. And you can see by the general shape of the lot, it's more lot area that can't be built on than is built on. This house is generally a contemporary house, and the project before you is to develop a very modest amount of interior space on the second floor by virtue of infilling the dormers that currently exist by on one side a gabled form, and on the other side just a dormer infill, and to expand a deck off of the easterly elevation that is shown as a shingled wall line for privacy purposes. And you may note that when you look at the existing drawings and you look at the iteration that I imposed on those existing drawings, there's some detailed differences between the columns that were originally approved and what was actually built. And those are evidenced in the photographs that were part of the presentation. With that said, the only reason that you would see this house is if you were going to visit this house.
Okay. So, Mark, maybe we should go back to the site plan. The new second floor deck and your, well, there it is right there.
That's correct.
And the
That's the
gable,
existing deck that you were indicating with the handprint. That deck exists. It's not new.
okay.
That's the only new deck in the project.
And where's the expanded gable on the second floor? Is that on the?
The expanded gable is on the large deck or west side of the dwelling. So where the existing deck is,
Well,
that's correct, right in the middle between the two dormers of that existing deck.
okay.
It's a very modest addition, but it gives some spatial requirements that they would like inside the dwelling unit.
Can I ask you a funny question, Mark?
Sure.
You know, this Plover Lane almost appears to be an easement that runs over like 6 or 7 properties before it gets to yours.
That
It
is
is.
correct.
It's an easement.
Mhm.
That is correct. It's a 12-foot wide driveway that runs back to these properties that are kind of pork chop shaped
Yeah.
onto this road.
All right. So I wonder, you know, who has access to the easement?
Well, my assumption is that every property owner has to have access in order to have frontage, in order to
Every
construct
property,
any
but-
dwelling unit on it.
Yeah, but I mean, not necessarily the general public. Anyway, so that's a legal question. Okay, thanks, Mark. I think we get it. Who would like to start on this?
I will.
Thank you.
I think aside from the fact whether you can see it or not, it's appropriate. It's very modest to what's there, and in keeping with the area, I have no problem with it.
Okay, thanks, Val. Abby, you there?
Yeah. I actually think the opposite. I think the new addition sort of overwhelms the old architecture, and I would like to see that scaled back. I think it's rather large.
I know you can't see it.
All right, well, she's entitled to her opinion.
I know.
All right. Thank you, Abby. Diane?
Well, I believe so too. I think that dormer that's going on makes the house look strange, but we are under the thing of it's totally invisible. Is that what you're saying, Mark?
Yes, unless you're going to this house personally, you would never see this house.
Right. Well, we've built down there on Plover Lane before, but I cannot remember specifically what the legal stuff is about the road, whether it's considered a public road or not. I think that, do you have any idea about that?
I don't legally, but I can say that I live on a private road and have for 30 years. And you can't prevent the public from going down there, but if they go down there, they're going to have a hard time turning around and getting out.
Yeah, no, I just wondered what the legal wording is for it. Is it considered a public way, which we therefore have to consider that it might be visible from the public way, or if it's a private way, not public at all, then we're free, clear. That was my point. And I don't know if you don't know, perhaps we should find out that technical answer. But because I would be happier to decrease, or you don't have a huge lot, but bringing it down maybe to a one-story thing if you have enough room to do that. I would like to, Plover Lane is not sort of a big house area. And that's true for all of the roads in and out of Quays. So that's all. I think
Right.
it'd be a good idea to find out the legal ramifications.
We're adding less than 80 square feet
Right.
to the dwelling unit.
Yeah. Well, I just think if we say it can't be seen and some neighbor says, oh, it can be because.
But let's
then,
do a viewing then. I'm all up for that.
to do which way, Mark?
To do a viewing. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the recourse that you have with regards to this project.
All right, hang on a second there, Mark. Diane, have you finished?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, very good. Let's hear from John. John McLaughlin,
Yes, sir. South elevation, please.
right there, friend.
Okay, my question is, what is the measurement from the wall to the deck? Second floor
8
deck.
feet. 8 feet.
8 feet, John.
Does it note that?
On the application.
I don't read every application.
8
I-
by
Oh,
14
here it
inches.
is, John, right?
Okay, all right. Too many people. Forget it. Go ahead.
No, still your turn.
No, I'm through. I think it's appropriate.
Okay, you think it is appropriate? Okay, and I actually think it's appropriate too, and as Val said, it's regardless of whether it's appropriate or not, it's down at the end of what I'm pretty sure is a private way. It's probably a way that has a, it's an easement, so we really theoretically, I don't think should be driving down there. Isn't there a private property sign at the end of that road, Mark?
I believe there is.
Yeah, there
I
is.
thought it was a driveway when I turned into it, and I thought I was encroaching on somebody's property when I went down it.
Well, you actually were, Mark. You were encroaching on all those neighbors that you have to drive across to get to your owner's property.
That I believe is
So
true.
I'm okay with this. Can we have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted because it's also on the side you can't see on that private public way.
That is also true. Yes. Thank you, Val. On the motion, Abby,
Aye.
you're an aye. Okay, thank you. Diane,
Aye.
very good. John,
Aye.
all right. Val, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. Motion carries. There you go, Mark. Thank you.
Many thanks for your time.
All right.
Mr. Chair, on the
Yes.
next one, I have to step away. I have a
You're
conflict.
actually not, or are you representing Jeff Morash?
No, but I am not going to be able to sit on it.
On
We
Jeff?
need it. We need an alternate.
On Jeff's project?
Yep.
Okay, very good. So Stephen, are you around? Stephen?
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Can you sit
It's
on
just
this?
grabbing some bonbons. I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Who is representing this?
Ray, that's me, TJ Watterson, on behalf of Jeff Morash. How are you?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Did he say TJ Watterson? TJ, hey, how are you doing? Welcome back
Good,
to
how
the
you, Steve?
welcome back to the HTC.
Thank you.
Okay, TJ, tell us what's going on. You know who your board is, right?
Everybody
Regular members,
except, yeah,
ex-Val, and including Stephen.
got it. Okay.
All right.
So we're dealing with a little 12 and a half wide garage. It's currently set at the southeast corner of the property. I've kind of overlaid it with my addition, the previous location, but it's tucked straight back into the corner where the setbacks are.
Okay.
And we're going to move that forward about 30, 32 feet. And we've got a garage studio, or we've got like a studio cabana addition added to the back of it.
TJ, when you say you're going to move it forward 30 or 32 feet, you're going to move what forward?
We're going to move that existing garage forward to allow room for our studio to align with the pool area.
Got it. Got it. Okay. So so the garage is the piece on the top of that plan that we just saw. Yeah. All right. So the garage is the 1-story piece. You're moving that forward and you're building thing that's bubbled behind it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. How about you, Holly?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First, I did want to mention, I know that we do have comments from an abutter, and I don't know if they may be in attendance this evening.
Oh, yes, I am, Holly. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Chris. As far as Sconset's comments, first, their concerns are an incomplete application with regards to photographs and elevations of existing buildings and property in relationship to abutters. Existing garage was approved for a demo in 1997. Actually, there's a copy of it right here in the application, which is where those photos came from. They did want to know if that was part of the application. I think that was more for context. The proposed cabana doors are not appropriate to the area. Too formal. Second floor balcony and doors on cabana are out of character. Appears to be more of a secondary dwelling rather than a cabana. And Chris Stott, a butter at 6 Maury Lane, concerned about existing landscaping and nighttime multicolored pool lighting is lit up like a commercial property, and the proposed second floor lighting could add to the situations. Their suggestion overall for this application was to need more information on representation. From staff's perspective, the size and scale is not appropriate of this revised garage. Both on that north elevation with the 3 light facing Main Street, and the west with the double doors and the kind of wannabe cross bucks balcony post, and the post shouldn't be so formal for this type of structure. Regardless, if the HTC approved the demo of the existing garage, that was over 24 years ago. I want to notate that for the record. So of course that approval is long and void, as well as it should be noted that the commission is a different board of this time, and the structure obviously should be retained, and the proposed addition onto it should be more of a simple nature. For the record, the main dwelling on the lot, which again, we don't have any photos in this application. I do have the HDC survey for your enjoyment, I guess. This is the McCreary House from the circa 1916. They're in the old historic district of Sconset in a colonial revival. Chris, the abutter, he'll probably want to speak on his comments. He did provide an email letter as well as some photographs for your consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Holly. So Mr. Stout, you want to speak on this application. Could you, it sounds like you might have some concerns about the pool, but what we have before us now is the actual building. So if you could limit your concerns to the building, what is the status of the pool? Was it approved or is it just conceptual?
Oh, It's in place, and that's not my concern. So my apologies
Okay,
if
I
that.
misunderstood. I'm sorry. I thought that there was a pool going in that you had.
No.
Okay.
No,
so-
my request. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So my request of the HDC is that it consider how the new structure will impact any new structure there, will impact what's already there with regard to extensive exterior architectural lighting at 30 Main, including coming from the pool. So I think that's where the pool plays into it.
Mhm.
So for example, if the structure is approved without any consideration of screening or the lighting that's there and possible remediation, the second story facade of the new structure is going to be lit up like a Christmas tree with flickering pool lights visible from both Main and Maury. And perhaps Holly, if you wouldn't mind pulling up just a few pictures, hardly professional ones, but just, the eye picks up more than the camera does in this case. But as you can see, it is commercial grade lighting really throughout. I know lighting that you have been reluctant at times to advise on lighting, instead referring to Chapter 102 in the Lighting Enforcement Officer. But I will note that many of these lights reside within hardscaping, pools, other structures. So would fall, I believe, within HDC purview. This is a picture of what this is an actual picture of 30 Main Street, not touched up. I wish it was. The only thing that's missing is the flickering. You will have that same view on any structure, two-story structure facing Maury, and given the orientation, you'll also see it at an angle from Main Street. So as is, the HDC would be approving an environment where you would be lighting up with multicolored lights flickering off of buildings if it went in just as is. So I guess my primary request of the HDC would be to request a comprehensive exterior lighting plan, not to evaluate the pool, which is in place, and understand that and appreciate that, but more to see how any new structure would fit in to that lighting and think about potential remediation. At minimum, we'd ask that the HDC require enhanced screening of anything done on the property to prevent further light trespass to Maury and Main. Where the pool does come in, Mr. Chairman, there was screening that was approved when the pool went in. These are just more pictures, and again, I wish they were enhanced. But the plans related to the pool and the bocce court had privet in them, double privet in them, and it was never put in. Now, I'm not sure in the bocce case it was explicit in the approval. I don't know, in the pool it was replaced by horn beam. Maybe that's okay. But I would just ask again, as anything new goes in there, which is going to increase lighting, architectural exterior lighting, incidentally, I would ask that the HDC review screening. So primary request is requesting a lighting plan. Again, these are just some examples to see what the impact would be on the new structure, require enhanced screening at minimum. So that's the macro. On the structure itself, I agree with SAB and staff. I think they did a very thoughtful job, and they have a better sense of architecture than I do. We would ask that the placement of the structure honor, we have a 2016 deed restriction. Holly has the details, but it prohibits any structure laying within 10 feet of the boundary from being above 1 story. I believe this is really right at the setback, which is 5 feet. And then we agree again with SAB regarding the balcony and the amount of glass doors, et cetera. So again, not about the pool, but about the context. And we would hope that HDC use their authority to look at exterior architectural lighting, which they do have, to make sure that the historic character is maintained both at daytime and at nighttime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stout. Angus, I understand you would like to speak too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a member of the public and not as a Sconset Advisory Board member, I don't think that this building harmonizes with the gambrel house beside it. The simple garage was insignificant enough that it sort of blended in the distance. But what happens in this proposal is that garage moves forward 30 feet. And then this out of scale addition goes on that is higher than the shed, the adjacent shed roofs, and the new cabana, I guess it is, at 28 Main Street, and the old barn that was at the back of 28. And it just further exacerbates the issue of blocking off the rural vistas. And just as, looking at the neighborhood, all of Main Street, there is one garage that has an apartment above it, across the street and further up, and it's much set back much further. But on the south side of Main Street, every garage is one story, and there is a shed that is, a story plus 2 feet or something. But this would just be out of character with I think the house, the surrounding properties, and the all of Main Street in Sconset. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Oh, one last thing is the fenestration, which I do think would be visible from Maury, which is that west elevation. The horizontal lights just aren't in character with anything in the neighborhood. And there is that cross decoration on the house, but it's not a railing and it's not a deck. And legally, I don't think you get that 4-inch maximum with that design. So there would have to be something else applied. But I think just the 2-story massive French doors on top of French doors facing Maury is just not appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. TJ, I just saw your note. You want to follow up?
Yeah, firstly, Mr. Fountain.
Hey, TJ, you have
Yeah.
feedback. You
Let me
need
turn the
to,
volume down. Is that a
TJ,
bit better?
no, you got to turn off whatever's else is going on in the room.
I've got nothing going on. Hold on.
All right.
Is that better?
Let's give it a try. Go ahead.
So to the doors and to the railings, those are existing door types on the back of the existing gambrel structure of the main dwelling, as are the railing types. They face the pool area, the back of the lot. So the intent was to match it in kind with the main dwelling facing the back area of the property. And to the other comments about being either 1 story or more harmonizing with the gambrel, would it be preferable that we perhaps made this a gambrel roof and brought the height down a bit?
That's a question for the board, I guess.
Yes, it is.
Well, let's hear from the board then. Who would like to start?
I will.
Thank you, John. Go ahead, John.
Yes, thank you. Could you bring it up 2 notches, please, and hold it on all applications? It's very hard to read from me to read these. It happens every week. I need help. Thank you. Bring it up a couple notches. Thank you. Okay. The relation of the second floor with the deck, the crossbuck. Does the main house have crossbucks on the second floor or first floor? I'm sorry?
Yes, the main house has crossbucks, and it also has that French door style
But
on
no,
the back of the house.
TJ.
I would think
Yes.
if you had something up there, you could match it. That's my only comment on it. I think it's ready to be moved. Thank you.
All right. Well, TJ halfway answered the question. The crossbuck rails, as I understand it from Angus, are not on the second floor. Is that correct? They're not on the second floor.
They actually are. I've got photos I could bring in for next time.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John. Who next?
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, great. Can you knock it up 3 clicks, please? Okay, that one was for you, John.
Even every single time,
Yeah, I'm just, we have an important duty to be consistent, so I'm working on it. I think, well, first, I want to start with this concept of the lighting. I think it's a very novel argument, and I think it has merit with respect to the dwelling becoming a billboard for light. So I think it's something we need to consider, and I think that would be appropriate for us to consider. I also sense an article about pool lighting coming, but I'm not broadcasting. I'm just thinking out loud. On the architecture itself, I think the overlying concern is that it would be simple. I think the existing garage is a simple form element with a lot of walls showing. Yeah, exactly. I note the windows in the east elevation of the existing structure, I think, are totally appropriate for a simple kind of quirky structure, and more so being as it's a garage. Who's ever driving is doing a great job. It's like you're reading my mind. Thank you, Holly. I do think that if this were to be a simple form gambrel without an extended top plate on the first floor, that might be helpful. I think on the north and the south elevation, the vernacular of the wannabe, I think I heard that, rail and the bracket, it's too much. I think that bearing that in mind, on the west elevation, the same goes for the door styles and the railing style. And I think that some of it may have to do simply with proximity. If these exist on the main structure, but the railings are and the doors aren't so closely located, this
Mr. Chairman,
of the railing is wider, so on and so on. Those may be reasons why that could be successful. I just got a little pop-up saying my internet connection is unstable. Is there anyone who didn't hear me? Wave your hand. No? Okay, good.
You got the crux of it, yeah.
Okay.
Hang on,
So
John.
I think that those are, the primary comments, and I would like to also request that we do a view.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Diane, Abby?
Yep,
I'm
I'll
ready.
go.
Go ahead, Diane.
Okay, I think that porch on the second floor, deck, whatever you want to call it, is inappropriate for the size of the building. I don't know what the doors look like on the main building. I don't have seen French doors that look like that. It would be nice to be able to see what the doors are that are on there to begin with. I can see in that drawing, but I can't see specifically enough. I would like to ask you, Ray, having been on the HDC for a considerable length of time, we used to do lighting around pools, driveways, and walkways. We used to require them to be short down and stuff. We did it at the school on the last enlargement of the school. Why all of a sudden is it not in our purview? I don't understand.
Well,
and we have, yeah.
I actually don't have a ready answer for you on that. My experience, which is much more limited on the HCC than yours, Diane, is that when we get the Stop and Shop with its huge parking lot, or we get the hospital with its huge parking lot, or we get, you had just mentioned
the school,
right? All of those things have these large parking lots, and then they have these big tall lights because they need to have a certain amount of lighting in the parking lot. for code, you know, for safety reasons. So generally we review that, but boy, I have not personally reviewed lighting in the 8 years that I've been on. So
Well, we used,
I don't know what the answer is, Diane, honestly.
okay, well, we also have dark skies.
Well, yes, that's true. There is a town ordinance
Right,
for the dark sky. Yes, that's right in the bylaw. Yeah.
right. Well, I would like to see that considered. And I just think that that building is inappropriate. It has no windows on the first floor. It's got 3 mold in the second floor and a wider shed dormer. You could widen it so at least the windows had something to do with the windows down on the little barn. That's, and even the shed dormer on the, what is west side with the 2, one on top of the other is something not, that we try not to do that. We separate the doors or have one door and put in 2 windows so it fills the shed dormer up. Something. That's my opinion.
Okay. Thank you, Diane.
Ray,
Yes, John.
I missed something. On the north elevation, the garage door, is it wood, metal, plastic, or what? What does the application call for? That modern type design?
John, I actually think that door, and TJ can correct me if I'm wrong on this, isn't that an existing door, TJ?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, it's an existing door.
It's an existing door, John. That piece of this building is being moved.
Thank you.
Okay. Abby.
Yeah, thank you. Well, could we go to the site plan? I just want to remark about how this is right on the lot line, both the bocce court and the proposed building. And I think right there's a non-starter for me. Did we say the date of the garage was from the 30s? Is that right?
Holly?
Mr. Chair, through you, I am not aware of the age. I could not find that, even not indicated on the application for the proposed demo that happened in 1997. So I do not have a date for that. My apologies.
Okay, but well, just given that it's older than the proposed, I think it's what is proposed is sort of overwhelming the little garage rather than sort of adding to it. So, and the architecture itself, I don't think a gambrel mimicking the main house is a good idea. This structure should be kept low and just a simple gable. I don't think the fenestration is appropriate or the balcony with the crossbucks. I think it should be simple, lower, and give a little credibility to the old garage. And I just want to make sure I've had a lot to say, but I've sort of forgotten all this, but simple gable, crossbucks, door. Yeah, I think just because there's a sort of a unique French doors or fenestration on the main house, I don't think we have to duplicate it on this newly proposed building. So I'd like to see something simpler.
Mr. Chair,
Okay. Yes.
To
Holly.
answer Abby's, I was able to pull up the macro survey and it's actually from 1923. Can you all see that?
No, but we trust you.
Well, I think right there, 1923, to add a building like this to it really sort of takes away from it. So I'll stick with that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Abby. So TJ, my opinions are in some ways similar, in some ways not. I actually think that the idea of a gambrel on this structure might be worth looking at, not because it's matching the main house, but because I've always found a gambrel, because of its low eave line, has less wall surface. I think one of the things that people are reacting to here is you've got this little innocuous single-story garage, and then all of a sudden you've got this thing towering over. And I think that a gambrel might actually be able to kind of like get you to a similar eave line as the garage. So it's less to do with the main house as it is to do with trying to get it to feel more grounded. I do share the issue with the porch railing. I'd love to see what they're doing on the main house, but I also question how you'd be able to get that to meet code the way it is without using glass or wire or something. That's it for me. Should we have a motion on this one, folks?
Motion
Or
to.
I make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, and Stephen was suggesting a viewing too for those of you who want to check.
Yeah, well, include that.
Okay, so that's Diane's motion. On the motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Very good, Stephen.
Aye.
Thanks, and Diane on your motion.
Aye.
No, I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, everybody.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair, I'm gonna hold the next one till Thursday.
I'm gonna hold it. Okay.
Yep.
Can I have a motion on that one?
Make a motion to hold.
Number 3 until Thursday.
Right.
Let's just use the same board that we just had since Val was off of that one. So on Diane's motion, Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay. Now we're at, is this a misspelling of the word Sasach?
No, it's out in
No.
Cisco.
Yeah.
So it really is Sakacha?
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Okay, very good. Elizabeth, do we have you?
Yeah, but my client is not Kylie Jenner, it's Chris Jenner. K-R-I-S.
Oh, well,
Okay.
that's what it says here.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
All
That's
right.
where we got it from.
Somebody else.
So Val, you're back, right?
Well, I'm not gonna be because you know my stance on pools out there, so I'm gonna recuse.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Jesse, are you still with us? I see you. You're muted. If you hear me and you want to unmute, we can get you sitting on this one.
Hello?
There we go. Great.
Oh,
Jesse, can you sit on this one?
Yes, I can.
All right, very good. All right, Elizabeth, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is, the house exists. There's a garage. It's at the end of that road, at the end of Sakacha. And there's conservation land abutting.
I feel like we've
and
reviewed
this-
this like 50 times.
Yeah, and the swimming pool is going at the back of the house, so really away from the entrance or the driveway. And it's at grade, and the little fire pit area would be sunken, below the pool area. So you walk down a couple of steps into it.
Okay.
So I think it's an easily approvable application. I was almost surprised that it didn't go on consent, but here we are.
Just FYI, we very, very rarely approve pools on consent because of the contentious nature.
Okay,
Anyway, anything else, Elizabeth?
I think that's probably enough.
All right, so just because I know the neighborhood and I know the history of the neighborhood with regard to pools, is there anyone in the public who wants to speak on this application before I turn it over to the board? Hearing none, I will go to the board. Who would like to start?
I will.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Sakaja Avenue, it's on Surfside. The view visually looking in from the road doesn't pick up too much because there's the existing vegetation there around, blocking it from the house, from the public way. So I don't think there's any problem with that in it's visible. That's all I'll say. I think that second floor is visible. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, well, so the application is for a pool, so presumably you don't have an issue with the pool because it's not on the second floor, right?
Okay, I'll go with it.
Okay, thank you, John. Let's see, Abby.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my phone because I couldn't figure out what is that square on the left-hand side? Is that a spa or a sunken garden? Or-
Sunken stone patio, it says.
Okay, so where is the spa?
It's inside the pool.
See the little rectangle,
Okay, all
or
right.
the little tiny
Okay.
rectangle cut out? There it is, right there, yeah.
Right. So my feeling about this area is that it's all pretty open and dunes and it still is, even though people are developing it. So I don't really like spas in this area, and if they have to be, I would think 47 feet is awfully long. So if I were to approve this, I would have to have it not as long. So, I mean, we say that we can't see things, but really, if you keep the environment the way it is, people are going to see this. So I question that. So
Can I say something to the effect of the visibility?
Go ahead, Elizabeth, yeah.
It's in a lawn area. So it's not, it's an existing flat lawn. And we hugging it to the house so that, we're not going out with the pool. So even from the second floor, you wouldn't be able to see this thing. So it's really hugging an existing house that's already large. The spa is inside the pool. So I think it's better to talk about the pool than the spa. And both neighbors on either side of them have a swimming pool. So the one on the other side of Sakacha and the one on the next street over both have swimming pools that were approved by this board. So the one to the north and the one to the south both have swimming pools.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, Abby, you've said your piece. Diane.
There's not much vegetation out there. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm not muted. There's not much vegetation out there on Sackasha Pond or Sackasha Road. And the land bank has that land. 47 feet is a big area for a swimming pool. My house going from Union Street down to the next house is 30 feet long. And 47 feet means it's 17 feet longer more. Is it necessary to have a pool that long in that area? And with, you have it in a rounded corner lawn and you have square corners. Can you make it more natural so it fits in, doesn't stand out like that? I don't know. I would like to see a picture of the existing vegetation. I would like to have a height of the existing vegetation because I don't think there are many trees there, and grass wilts down in the wintertime. And in order to keep that grass growing, it has to be cut. So I have some problems in that respect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Diane. Jesse.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. I hope you love the picture of my lovely wife.
Yep.
Okay. So can I get back to the locus map, please? And Sacagaway Way is on the northeast side of the property, right? And then to the left, there, it looks like there might be another road.
Yeah.
Is that just a right of way, or is that actual road?
They share that property, you know, it's one of those roads that get divided up between the two properties. So
Right.
like the neighbor gets half and they get half.
Okay, so, you know, in the location of the pool is behind the house.
Yeah.
So I really can't see where you could see this. I know this is a very contentious area, and we've had some trouble with pools in the past here. And I'm not even talking about the pools on either side of them. I'm talking about this pool in particular.
And I do have a picture on my computer of the yard with the vegetation.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if the vegetation was 2 feet tall, you wouldn't see this pool. I mean, and on top of that, we have neighboring pools on either side. And, you know, if we could go back to the landscape plan. Thank you. And, you know, as for the length, I mean, look how tight this pool is up against the house. I mean, this is what I think we're looking for, you know? I mean, Elizabeth put the pool right up, I would say no more than 5-6 feet off of the deck. So, and as for the length, I mean, you've got to take it into perspective. I mean, look at the size of the building, look at the size of the lot. I don't see any issue in, honestly, everything clouded in here. I don't see an issue with either. I know pools are contentious in this area, and we all have to respect that in our neighbors, but this is, I think, easily approvable due to the fact of lack of visibility.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse. I happen to agree with you, Jesse. I think that this is so surrounded with open parcels that are all vegetated with scrub oak and so forth, that it would be basically impossible to see this pool. And as Jesse said, the length is far less than the length of the house. A 50-foot pool used to be the standard, and somehow it has not become, or has grown away from that for some reason. But I'm okay with this. So would somebody like to give me a motion? Come on, Pete.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Jesse made the motion to approve as submitted. Was that you, Val?
That was Elizabeth.
I did not say a word.
That sneaky Elizabeth. It was her.
Wow. Okay, so Jesse's made a motion to approve. On the motion, John.
Aye.
Okay, Abby.
I'm a nay, but I was wondering if you shouldn't add something about the existing vegetation, because
Yeah, okay, so Jesse, can you do the usual pool proviso? You know, not visible at the time of inspection from a publicly traveled way or thereafter in perpetuity.
Yeah, sure. Motion to approve, not visible from a public way at inspection or thereafter.
Okay. Okay, so on the revised motion, John.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
I'm a nay.
Yeah, figured. Diane. Diane, you there? Let's see.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Yep.
Yeah, I'm a nay.
Okay. And I'm in favor. So the motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed.
Thank
All
you
right,
so much.
Thank you. Night, night. Okay, 3 Elbow Lane. Do I have the full board on this, Val Oliver?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Okay. Nathan.
Here.
Go for it, buddy.
not much to say, except there's a addition to the north that is, yeah, right there, up, okay.
Kadeem, apologies that these drawings aren't clouded. If you scan further down, you'll see
Yeah.
I added some clouded ones at the end, and then sadly they didn't rotate correctly.
Okay,
And
but that
so-
would be super helpful if we could see the cloud.
Yeah, I don't know if he can rotate. Sorry, Kadeem.
There you go. There you go. That's the.
Ta-da. Oh,
Sorry.
no.
Okay, starting with that one, this is on the backside or east elevation of an addition that is not constructed yet, but you approved 18 months ago. So what we did is add an egress door. So that's what you're seeing there.
Okay, so Nathan, just want to be clear so everybody understands this. You have your existing house on the top. You have the proposed on the bottom. The proposed was actually approved except for the door that you want to add.
Correct.
So the only thing you want to add on the south elevation is the door with the red bubble around it.
Correct.
Right? Okay, good. Moving
Can
on.
I ask a question? I just, in the pictures, it shows a lot of stonework. Is
In the
that
photographs? Yeah.
not the photographs, but in the drawings themselves?
Yes.
You said it was just a door, but
Well, okay, so Robbie, this is what I want to be clear on, okay? If we go back to that drawing that we were just looking at,
right.
Nathan obtained, see the little tiny drawing inset there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's approved.
Right.
That's already
But
approved.
I'm asking about the stonework. You see all
Stonework.
But the stonework shows up in the approved one, but go ahead, Nathan. You can explain.
Well, it's outside the addition itself. The stonework is, if you look at the east elevation, you'll get a better idea about the stonework. There you go. There you go. You see the stone there? That's what's shown on the south elevation as well.
Okay.
You can remember what you're seeing now, and then you look at the south.
Mm-hmm.
You can see it's right there.
Okay.
And it's two-tiered. It's higher and lower depending on the grade. And then where that glove was just then is going to be steps going down. They're there now, but
That's not on this application.
No.
Right.
Okay, so let's try and get an overview of the whole thing. So, okay, the north elevation, the only thing you're changing on the north elevation is you're adding like a shingled wall with a little diamond window in it, it would appear.
Yes, we're reusing the diamond window and extending the powder room.
Okay, got it. By a small margin because you've got very little roof above it. Okay,
Correct.
so that's north. And then what else?
Well, that's it.
You're kidding me.
No, I'm not.
I
Well, the
think
door-
to be fair, the reason this probably wasn't on consent is there was no bubbles.
Well, but there are
There are now, yeah.
Oh, I see. So, okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This did go for the record that this is the compass. I think everybody knows probably one of these in this area of old historic Sconset. And Sconset from 1890, and Sconset Advisory did take a look at it. They actually did not have any concerns. I agree that it's sensitive enough, but as Abby had pointed out, there was some concern when I looked at it from the perspective of looking at the approved changes with these proposed, elevation changes. So obviously some hardscaping COA would need to be
Yes.
submitted for the commission.
Oh, I
approval.
understand. Okay. Yeah. Nathan, you get that?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, so you'll need to come back to us. What we're approving now, or what we might approve now, is architectural changes as opposed to landscape changes.
Yes.
Okay.
Understood.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Holly. Who wants to start on this one?
I will.
Abby, you go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for clearing that up, because I think the stonework looks a little formal and different from what's existing there. But as far as the architecture is concerned, and that's all we're talking about, I'm fine with what's proposed.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. How about you, Val?
Yes, I'm fine with it.
Okay. How about you, Diane?
I'm fine with it also. It looks good. I don't know whether any stonework is in the vicinity of where we're approving, but if it is, I have no problem with that either.
Okay. Well, thank you. John?
I have no comment, Mr. Chairman.
All right. I think we have liftoff. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Oh, boy. Let's see. I'll take Diane's. On Diane's motion, Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you very much.
Night, night.
Night.
Now we're going to go down to old 21 Woodbine.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Tim. Regular board on this too, right, guys? Nobody has any issues? Does this say as built?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. All right, go ahead, Tim.
Okay, so the ground array for 21 Woodbine was presented to the board back in November 11th, 2020. The site plan presented had a number of dashed lines showing lot lines prior to the acquisition of some adjacent paper roads. Several board members did interpret these lines as setback property lines. We did clarify that the array was sited outside of the setback, and the board did approve the project on clarification that it would not go into the setback.
Okay.
At the time of construction, we encountered some irrigation and water lines on the northwest section of the array. So to avoid these lines, we made a small reconfiguration of the array layout, and the changes resulted in the array being 5 feet inside the rear and east setbacks. We had previously encountered this situation, and at that time, we did contact the town's zoning enforcement officer for clarification with regard to a solar ground array sitting in a property setback. And the town zoning officer's response was, and I quote, "Locating solar arrays outside the required setbacks is encouraged whenever possible. However, solar arrays may be constructed within setback areas if necessary." And if you look at Exhibit A to the as-built application, we detail that correspondence. So we're asking for the board's approval of the solar ground array at 21 Woodbine based on the following. The array is not visible from a public way. The additional planting of evergreen screening, as shown on the east and south property lines, is to mitigate any concerns from neighbors. There are no health or safety issues associated with the array's location, including that there is no sound emitted from the array, and that any zoning related considerations will be handled by the ZBA.
Well, Tim, I don't think there are any zoning related issues because my understanding is what basically Marcus, which is that they're allowed to encroach into the setback. Anyway, so how far off are you, by the way? Like, what's the degree? How many feet are we talking?
So we're 5 feet we're 5 feet from the property. There's a 10-foot setback and we're 5 feet.
Okay, so
from-
basically you're 5 feet further in than we had approved.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. On one side or two sides?
Just the south, basically where we're showing that additional screening.
We were showing it on the south and the east, but
Yep.
yeah, okay. All right, board members.
Did I ask a question?
Of course.
Did, somebody said this is existing? This is
Yeah.
why you're coming back? I honestly don't remember. Okay, I didn't realize it was this extensive. I'm kind of shocked at how it looks. So I just, I'm a little bit taken back.
You are looking at it from the air, by the way.
Yes, I understand that, but I'm looking at it in relationship to the cottage and the surrounds. But
Well, so it's a funny thing, Abby, and I'm not contradicting you, but we're always encouraging ground arrays as opposed to putting them up on the roof. So this is the result, you get something like this.
yeah, no,
anyway.
let somebody else go. I'm just a little bit overwhelmed.
Okay. Who else?
I'll go.
How about you, Val?
I did go out there. You can't see it, which is great. So I appreciate the additional screening. This is a question not to the general public, but to my fellow commissioners. What is the policy for as-builts like this? I mean, I feel like we've been getting a lot of as-builts, not just solar. I'm talking about houses getting ripped down and whatever. Are we going to take a stance on things like this and incur a fine?
I would agree with you. Or I would say yes. What's the point of having any rules if they get invaded and then we just ignore it? I think we're losing some grip of what's going on if we keep doing this. So I would like to see the rule about as-builts, followed.
Well, okay, so I think there is a fine, we're allowed to do like, I forget what percentage or not percentage, multiple of the application fee.
Mr. Chair, it's 10 times the amount, the application fee.
Okay, so which is what in this case?
Would be $2,000 for a $200, solar panel array.
Okay. All right, thank you, Kadeem. Let's see, so Val, have you finished?
Yeah.
And Diane, you were sort of like on the heels of Val saying that you agreed with the idea.
I agree with that. I think that we will be swamped if we don't stand up and say that it's against the rules. The people doing it knew what our rules were. They didn't come from off island and make a mistake. They knew what the rules were, and that was it. I think this fine should be held up, should be supported.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John?
How many of the are there solar units? 5 by 5?
What?
Are they 5 by 5 in size, each solar unit? How many units are here?
Would you like me to answer, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I would, please.
So each panel is approximately 6 feet by about 3.5 feet. So you see there's each one of those 2 squares represents 1 panel.
2 squares.
2 squares is 1 panel. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, how many are there total?
Total of 70 panels.
I'm sorry?
70.
Okay. Yeah, the fence in the back, is that approved?
Do you mean those green dots? Oh, that fence.
Hey,
Tim, can you speak to that?
I can't, Mr. Chair. That was not, we had nothing to do with the construction of the fence.
All right.
do they have a photo of the? Yeah, great. You have a photo of the confirmation, the size of these, what I'm trying to get at, how one end is down low on the ground, one end is up high. That's the way they make them.
There they are.
That's the one, yeah. That's the one I wanted to see.
Mhm.
Okay, you want to get to the level of it, okay. All right, I have no problem with it. Solar, we gotta come to, it's outside the old HCC, that's the important thing. Thank you.
Oh, my God. Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Mr.
I'm sorry. I'd like a point of privilege, please. I actually made the motion on this application originally, and I would just like to make a comment if I may. I'll wait till after you speak, but I just want to register that.
Sure. I would be okay with the proposal to A, provide the evergreen screening, and B, levy the fine. That's all I have to say. Stephen.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, what?
there's a hand raised. I believe there's maybe a butter, somebody from the public wants to speak.
Okay. Tom, 12 Pro. You have.
Hi, sorry, Tom Palmer, representing the abutters to the south at 14 Pequot, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to make a couple of comments. We did send a letter into the commission registering our objection with this. A couple of things of note. There is I believe, an easement. We have it on our side of the yard sale road, an easement for a path for access, for public access. I question if that easement is being honored here on the south side of the solar array. Quite frankly, we object to the array as built being put within the easement. We have easements for a reason, and this was just not necessary, but was desired to accommodate the size of this array, which is, as noted, quite large, and its location on an 1.5 acre property, which they shoved it in a corner of the property that could not be seen by the rest of the property, but is plainly seen by us and our neighbors.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. A few things on that. One, I can't speak to the easement, and even if there were an easement, it's not really part of our purview. We're certainly sympathetic to your issues. The fact is, it sounds like this solar array has gotten 5 feet closer to you than the one that was approved. Now, you'd have to go to the building department or something to find out about the whole easement thing. But so what we're here to do is to, this was already approved. It's 5 feet in the wrong location. And so the remediative measure is they want to plant Leyland cypress there to screen it. So that's kind of that. You may want to check into the easement with the building department. Stephen Welch, what were you going to say, friend?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I think you are 110% right that we strongly encourage the ground arrays, and that's part of our solar guidelines. When this application originally came in, the paper road, which was identified during the hearing, is actually a town-owned property, and it is accessible. So I think there maybe there is an additional easement, or perhaps not, but that is a town road. At the time at that hearing, I expressed concern that due to the proposal being within the setback, there would be very likely insufficient space to plant solid vegetative screening. And subsequently went on to make a motion specifically that this would not be in the setback, such that screening could be installed. So I just wanted to register that, because it's a frustration to not have that motion and those concerns addressed in the implementation of a project. It's also frustrating as an alternate to sit by and be talking about things like size of individual panels and other architectural elements on a site plan when we're missing, we're missing the forest for these trees that have no relevance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I don't think.
So that actually does beg a question. So Tim, these Leyland cypresses that you're planting, I'm presuming will be on your property, right?
That's correct. They'll be on the client's property.
Okay.
But shouldn't we make I don't know, again, it comes down to, if it's a public road, we should know whether they should have a view. If the thing is in there, we drive down the public road, we'll be able to know whether we can see it or not. And I think that this has been built and it should be fined as such for building it. And we should view it to see whether whatever they're proposing as screening is going to do it. And we should go down that road and see whether it's visible to begin with. If it's visible to begin with, then it should be moved.
All right. Well, I'm interested.
I viewed it. You can't see it.
You can't see it?
No.
Down that road?
But
Which road are we talking about?
I drove all over the place.
No, but I wonder if Diane is talking about the yard sale road that is no longer a road.
You can't get down there, so you can't see it.
I get
that. I haven't been out there recently, so I don't know. I just know I still think it should be fined for putting something up that he was told that they had specific things. I hadn't read the notes that Steve just brought up. He specifically mentioned certain things and they were just totally ignored.
Mr. Chairman, Tobias Glidden here.
Yes, hi.
I just wanted to clarify two things. One is I have run around this property. My dad showed me all the paths back in here. And so we used to run down the beach. It's right in my backyard. So I run by this property and there's no visibility of it. And second, I just wanted to point out that the HDC does a great job in holding our feet to the fire, making sure solar is not visible on the island. And it forces us into situations where we don't want to be jamming things up against the setback. We made a mistake. We're coming here showing you full-fledged pictures of it and asking for your forgiveness because we're never going to let it happen again. And I think, as a policy, if you would like to fine us and send a message to other people who make mistakes, I think that's entirely within your purview. We made a mistake. We're coming here before you at great expense to try to rectify it. So we just appreciate it if you could work with us.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, so we should move this along one way or another. Can somebody make a motion of some kind and see where it goes?
I would make a motion to approve it with its lack of visibility from a public way and the fact that it was even in the motion to approve it in the first place, it not be in the setback, and it is that there is a fine incurred.
Okay, so I'm going to make sure. So you're approving it. Are you approving it with the Leyland cypress plantings?
Yeah, that's what they're applying for.
That is, I just was making sure. So approved as submitted, levying the fine, the $2,000 fine.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just a quick question. Do you think, a question to the board, do you think it's appropriate for a maximum levy fine for an array that is not visible? I understand.
The point is, Tobias, people keep putting things in without approval. It has
No,
nothing.
I totally understand. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But do you think Act Smart Energy, a local solar company who put in a solar array that's not visible, should get the maximum fine? Do you think that's appropriate? If you do, You're
Well,
entirely within your jurisdiction to do that.
Tobias, I'm sorry, but this is the first time I've ever heard of negotiating a fine. I mean, the fine, if somebody wants to levy it, if the board chooses to levy it, is 10 times the application fee.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought it could be it was up to that. My apologies, Mr. Chairman.
No, I'm not sure, but that's always the way I've heard it.
No,
That is the quote unquote fine, and sometimes
Great.
it works in your favor, or one's favor, because an application fee will be like $10, so the fine is $100.
Yeah, no, I totally get it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so Val, if I understood you correctly, you are going to approve this as submitted, levying the 10 times the fee fine, correct?
Yes.
Okay, on that motion, Diane.
aye.
Thank you. Abby.
I'm a nay.
Okay, John.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor too. Motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hopefully we can speed this up a little bit. So we have some Richmond stuff coming up. Everybody's good on this one. Dinah, I saw her in the queue. Let's go.
Mr. Chair, the only issue is here, 37 Beachgrass could not be found in the electronic submissions folder. And this is happening more and more frequently. I have been, since I was an admin specialist and now in this position, pulling the hard copy, scanning the hard copy, getting the hard copy together and getting it in really to satisfy you guys. But now the issue is that I do that and the applicants just continue to disregard getting the application where it has to go.
Not to point fingers necessarily, but are we talking about the Richmond applications?
We were talking about 37 Beachgrass specifically. I did find 30A Evergreen, and I do, typically I do find Dinah's applications there, either sent through Nicole or recently Aaron, but we have had some issues with the recent ones, and Dinah knows this, and
Okay.
this is just one of those ones that I couldn't find.
So listen, I think that what we will do then is we're going to pass over 37 Beachgrass because we don't have the information to review, correct?
Okay, may I just say one thing?
What?
We did submit the electronic application. We got email verification of the submission, and that's all I have to say.
Mr. Pohl, if you want to go ahead to 38 Evergreen, I will continue to look for 37 Beachgrass, and if it's there, I'm happy to open it, of course.
So let's move forward to 30A Evergreen. Everybody got it? And if we review this and Kadeem finds something on 37, we'll return to it. If not, we'll move forward. Okay, Dinah, 30A Evergreen.
Okay, 38 Evergreen, I would just like to make one comment on the agenda. It has the tax map labeled as 68, which is correct. However, the parcel number is 374 versus 369.
Okay.
That it's listed on number 8. That's just a notation about it.
Okay.
Okay, so this application is for the dwelling only. No
Okay.
hardscape, no pool, no garage, just the dwelling. A single family dwelling, it's a modular construction. It's located approximately 1,000 feet south of Old South Road, which you can see on the locus map. It has a vacant lot to the north, 30B Evergreen Way, and there are 2 homes built at 28A and 28B Evergreen Way south. To the south, I'm sorry.
So there's 28A.
28A, and then 28B is next to 28A, and then would be 30A our lot. Now that's our lot, and to the back is basically it's the hammerhead end of of Astorport, and that's our neighbor, the vacant lot that faces the back of a building. I'm not sure the address of that, but that's.
Okay. I get a general sense of where it is. And here's our application. Let's see, it's 28.8. Is that what that's to the lower ridge.
Okay, so it is a 2-story mass in the main mass in the middle of the building for the 2-story portion. And then the concept here was to propose a two-story building, but to allow for mostly one-story additive massing and porches and lower the building, keep the second floor more compact. If you look at the floor plans, you'll see the second floor is approximately 58% as large as the first floor roofed areas. And the ground cover ratio, I don't know if that matters, is about 20%. And the we try to keep it very simple and balanced. It's rather symmetric. I'm not 100% symmetric. Again, the garage and the pool and the hardscape are going to be filed under separate application. The window sash we're proposing 2/2, the color to be black, the front door to be Nantucket red.
Black, excuse me, Dinah, black sash.
Black, oh yes, black sash on the windows, and the trim to be white, and the front door to be Nantucket red. We're also proposing the wood deck to be natural to weather, and it's cedar, and you can see it on the site plan. And I think that is all I have.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Dinah. Who would like to start on this one?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
Nice job, Dinah. This hits all of our bullet points that before we were trying to suss out. It has additive massing, one-story massing. I think it's a nice looking building. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Val. How about you, Abby?
I ditto Val's comments. I think it's a great looking building, considering all the other ones
Well,
around.
this is actually on Evergreen, so the context is so slightly different.
Very nice.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Diane?
Well, I'm all right with it. I would rather have seen it not quite so tall, but I can't hardly read it, but I think it says 30, I think it says 29. Something.
29 something.
To the top, oh, I'm sorry, I have the wrong one open on my laptop here. I can give you the height to the highest point. I just have to zoom in a little bit. One moment, please. 28, 6 1/4 to the long ridge, but the other ridge is 29 feet. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, that's what
Yes,
it looks
correct,
like.
correct.
My only thing is I would rather not see the black sash. I would like to see dark gray. The houses in Evergreen, a lot of them have been there for some length of time, and they are softer in their paint. I don't mind the red front door, but I would like to see the gray silk sash and stuff instead of black.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John?
The way it's drawn here, it's 4 light and two panels on the front door, which is the east elevation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what are the height of the building? Can't see it yet. Easy. We're gonna go up 3 notches, please.
29 to the main ridge, John.
I'm sorry?
29 to the main ridge that's over the front door and 28 something to the lower ridge.
All right, okay, well, if I'd like to have them notches up on all applications, I can see them. All right, you're not, I'm sitting here, you're not, okay? Thank you. I have no further comments on this.
Okay, so I think it looks fine. Although I do agree with Diane on the black. Could we go to gray on that, Dinah?
As long as Anderson supplies that color. I haven't used that color, but they do, right? The dark gray, you said?
Yeah, I think they have a gray. I just looked.
They have dove gray.
A dove gray or a dark gray. Okay, I got it. We'll make that change.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve with the windows being a gray
Yeah, that, you can leave it to that, at that.
that Anderson provides.
Right, okay. Thank you, Val. On the motion, Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Val, on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor, motion carries. Back to Kadeem, have we found anything?
Mr. Chair, I was able to find it, beach grass being two separate words. I was looking for it as at one, and I moved on after that, but I did find it. We have it here in Holly. It's in the thing. Oh, you found it. Perfect.
All right.
Dinah, sorry about that. Thank you that it's.
Oh, thank you so much for looking for that, Kadeem. I appreciate it. Okay, so are we going to move on to 37 Beachgrass?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
this
You
is
said if we could find it, we would review it. Yep.
okay, so this is also a modular construction. It is located in the Sandpiper complex, and adjacent to the south is a duplex, and then to the north is a single family. So those are the neighbors. To the back of the building, it actually faces the apartment complex. I don't know if you can really see the back of the building, except from some of the apartments, their rear lot line and the rear lot line of 37 Beachgrass. The parkings we're proposing to be in the back along a common shared driveway that we share with the duplex that is on the south. I think we already went over the back faces the west. The massing is similar in size and shape to the surrounding single family construction, which have been approved in the past. We try to keep it simple, balanced. It's a small building, about between just under 1,700 square feet. And the, excuse me, the window sash is 6/6. We're asking for the color to be sand tone, which is the muted tan color, sand tone, and the front door to be Hamilton blue, the trim to be white, and the deck to be natural to weather cedar.
Okay.
Sandtone white and Hamilton blue.
Yes. Let me just double check.
I'm not so sure that all goes together, but.
Yeah, it sounds suspicious.
I could go to white windows with the blue door.
I think white is more consistent. The Sandtone is sort of like a putty color.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely go to white. That's not a problem.
Okay. Anything else, Val?
No, I think it's acceptable in fitting with everything else that's out there.
All right. Thank you, Val. Abby?
Thank you.
Yeah, there was just one elevation I wanted to, want the first floor window to sit underneath the second one, if we could scroll. It could be the west. Well, it's the south, sorry.
The south, which is the side with the mudroom door, okay.
Right, so there's, see that window that's just off? It would be great if that lined up.
Up to south, whoever's.
Oh, yeah, the window at the bottom of the stair landing. We could do the window. We may have to shorten it a little so it doesn't hit the treads, but I think let me just look at the floor plan. I think.
I'm confused. So did you mean the south, Abby, or do you mean north?
No, I mean the south.
Is it something you can see?
And which window are we talking about? The one where the cursor is?
Yeah, the one on the first floor that's just off.
Oh, I see. You want it to line up with, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, finally. Yep. All right.
I don't see a problem with that. There is a stair risers up there. We can get it closer if we maybe move the upper window over a little and get them to align as close as possible. I'm just looking at the treads. We would be going up about 3 risers, which is, about 21 inches. I think we should still be okay. It's just the handrail will not be able to.
It just, if you can, that's.
Yeah, as possible, we'll
It's
bring it in.
minor. I'm fine with everything else.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Diane? Diane? Oh, you're muted, Diane. There we go.
Now, do you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I am okay with it also.
Okay, very good. John?
One question, east elevation, that front door
Yes.
with the long panels,
Yes.
my compliment on this one here, this complements the building itself. But that's the typical type door that they had in the old days, was to have the long panels and the sharp glass. So I'm just saying it's a nice door. That's
Good.
all. I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to go. Do we all agree that we should go to white rather than the sand tone or whatever it's called?
Yes,
All right, so can somebody make that part of the motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with the sand tone changing to white and the leveling up of the window if possible on the
Yeah.
first floor.
That would be on which elevation?
South.
South?
South elevation.
On the south elevation. Okay, that's Diane's motion. On the motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Thank you, Dinah.
Mr. Chair, we'll be holding number 9.
Holding number 9. You want a motion?
Sure.
All right, can somebody do that for me?
Make a motion to hold number 9 for Thursday, Kadeem.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thursday. Okay, so thanks for the motion, Diane. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Repeat the motion, please.
to hold it for Thursday, number 9.
Oh, thank you.
You good?
Aye.
Thank you. And Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Okay, 4 Maya Comet Ave.
West Maya comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, West Maya Comet. And do we have Ethan?
Good evening.
Aye.
Should I just jump right in?
You should jump right in, man.
Okay, this is a demo or move off of an existing garage.
Okay.
It's a structure, so it's a limited structure. It can go off on one flatbed, and that's the application.
Actually, bring it back to Structures Unlimited.
Glowackyville is gone.
They stockpile them, at least the last 2 months. All right, that's it, huh?
That's it.
All right, so Holly, I kind of can't believe there's any historical.
Mr. Chair, the only date I could find on this was about 2002. So of course, non-contributing.
Sounds about right. Okay, thank you. Anybody?
I would motion to approve, hopefully as a move.
Yeah, I mean, they move them on. They should be able to back off again. But it is a move demo, so.
I know.
Be clear. Okay, so Val has made that motion. On the motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Great, John.
Diane.
I know, I'm mixed up. John, the motion was to approve the move-off demo of this little shed that you see down in the bottom of the sheet there.
Oh, thank you. Aye. Aye.
Okay, all right, so on, Diane, you did the motion, right?
I did.
No.
And Val on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor too. That carries. Okay. Pool and hardscape.
Earphones. What the hell is this?
I don't know what the hell that is. Okay.
You know, if you knocked it up 3 clicks.
What the hell?
Oh, God.
Ethan, hit it.
Okay, this is a pretty long, skinny lot lined with very mature Leland cypresses and evergreen all around. This pool is essentially where the existing shed was that was just approved to be moved off and demoed. It's 14 by 36. It's pretty it's relatively small and skinny to preserve some yard. And there's also a hardscaping component that we're proposing as well.
Okay, so interestingly, It's an application for a pool, but like none of it's bubbled. So you're applying for the pool, obviously. You're applying for the terrace around the pool, obviously.
Yes.
Are you applying for anything else? Is the driveway all already there?
Correct. Everything else is existing.
Okay, so we're only looking at from the deck back, right?
Correct.
Just the pool and its associated hardscape. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Who wants to start on this one?
Can I go? Because I'm gonna put a pizza in the oven and I just.
Okay, save some for me, but yes. you
Okay.
can-
These two right here.
Hey,
John,
mute yourself for a second, okay?
if they keep the vegetation on either side and all the way around, I think I'm okay with this.
Okay, you can
Thank
go
you.
make your pizza now.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
I have a question.
Yes,
Any grade changes for this pool?
good question.
Through the chair, there are no grade changes proposed. It's a relatively flat site and we'll be maintaining that.
Good question with the appropriate answer. Thank you. Val, do you want to continue?
No, I believe based on visibility and the structures that are there and the vegetation that's there, it's appropriate.
All right, thank you. Diane,
I'm okay with it.
sounds good. John McLaughlin? How are you with the pool?
Where the hell is this one going?
Doesn't know which one we're on.
John. Hey, John. John, come on back. John. Wonder if he
Hello.
can he hear us? John. John.
Hey, John. No, he turned his volume down.
Something. Yeah, okay.
We're gonna go ahead and mute him just so that nothing is, said.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Okay, so listen, Ethan, I'm just gonna do a 4-person board on this because it sounds like it's moving forward, if you don't mind.
Fine by me, thank you.
I don't have an issue on this. So can somebody make a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
I'm gonna take those. Okay,
And
so,
with the vegetation to stay in place, right?
okay, Val, you're okay with that, right?
With our caveat, not seen at the time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity.
Very good, thank you. On the motion, Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val, on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor. All right, that passes. Abby, how's the pizza coming?
He's doing it.
Sorry, yeah, I'm gonna add a little extra on it. It's just a giorno.
Sounds pretty good. Okay, so now we're off to 19 Canterbury. Now, seeing that we're having issues with John, let me ask a few questions. So Carrie's not back until 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm
She's
back
here.
now.
Oh, you're back.
She's back.
So
I'm
do you want
here.
to sit on this next one?
Sure.
All right, this is 19 Canterbury, and we seem to be having technical difficulties with John. Okay, go ahead, Ethan.
Okay, so we are proposing to essentially connect 2 existing second floor decks. There's currently a pergola there right now, but we're essentially proposing to just sort of wrap the deck around and connect it. This property is actually 2 lots on the corner, I think Canterbury, and I can't remember the other street's name, but it essentially takes up that whole block, and it's surrounded by like a 8 to 10 foot tall, really mature, like 4 foot thick privet hedge. Visibility is limited. I'm not going to say you're not going to see a railing, maybe, but it's it's at the end of Canterbury too. I don't think I've ever driven down that far, but it's there.
Okay. So I get a little bit of an idea. It's in the back, but actually the side faces Canterbury. Reaper Circle is what your side road is called. So, but where are the elevator? There we go. Okay, so it looks to me like what you're doing is you're pulling the added deck out to be flush with the existing deck, correct?
Correct. That's another way of describing it. Yes, it's essentially there's an existing beam and post already there at that corner because there's a pergola. But we're essentially
I get it. You already have a deck there. It's just not that deep.
correct.
Got you. All right. Thanks, Ethan. Holly, any sconset advisory on this one?
Unfortunately, this did not go to SAB, but I've taken a look at it. This house, I believe, was built in 1994. And I would make a comment that due to the limited or of visibility, that there's no concerns from an advisory perspective. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I was going to say that as a board member perspective.
Well, you can.
That's my perspective.
All right. So that's your comment, Val.
Mhm.
All right. Very good. Carrie?
I'm with the, yes.
Advisory and with Val. Okay, good enough. Diane?
I'm with her too.
All right. Abby?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay, let's have a motion.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Sounds good. On the motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Val, on your motion?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Very good. All right. Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you all.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, may I
Yes.
take a 10-minute little break-a-rooney?
of course you can.
Okay.
And
Thank
Abby,
you.
I'm imagining, are you going to be needing to take a break soon?
Sure, but I
I'm
could
just
break
asking.
for the rest of the night.
Well, let's see. So we just had Carrie, Val stepping out. So Stephen, I have you down next in the rotation. Are you there?
Yeah, how about Stephen and
I am.
Carrie step in?
Oh, so you want to hop off for a little
Sure,
while?
I'll hop off
It
with
would
Val.
actually be Stephen and Jesse, because we just
Okay.
heard from Carrie.
Poor old
If
Jess.
Jesse's still there, that is.
Thank you.
Jesse, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so Stephen and Jesse, Diane
John.
and Val. Did I get that right? Stephen, Jesse, Diane, Val, and me, of course. Okay, so who's representing for Smith and Hutton?
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, hi, Joseph.
Hello. So we have an application for a freestanding pergola at the dining terrace. There were two previously approved through consent pergolas on the main house, which replaced a Gwyn Thorson special and a pergola at the pool cabana. The proposed freestanding pergola would match the design and details of the existing main house.
So freestanding, but it looks like its corner is just kind of like touches the house, right?
That's a little close. It's centered over an existing stone patio. And the intent obviously is to provide an adequate amount of shade given the southern exposure.
Right, okay. Oh, okay. So we have some photos. I guess the visibility, if any of this, would be at Sasachka Pond.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's a 12-foot privet hedge around the property. And I know from standing on the beach with the embankments kind of perspective, you really have to go out kayaking to see the house itself.
Okay.
So it's pretty limited visibility. And this existing pergola certainly is almost more prominent and a little bit taller.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody care to begin on this one?
I can.
All right. Thanks, Jesse. Go ahead.
Can I take a look at the locust map? Okay, that's a site plan. Do we have a locust map?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, so there's Quidnet Road, the Crossroads is up in the upper right-hand corner, Sasachka Road winds down. You access Allen's house off of Quidnet Road. There's a really long drive that comes in.
Yeah, okay. I have no problem with this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Let's see, Stephen, were you on this?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I can attest, you cannot see this from the pond kayaking whilst duck hunting or drinking espresso martinis from a thermos. So neither of those things you would do at the same time.
All right.
I'm good with it.
Thank you. Diane?
I am good with it also.
All right. Val?
She
Who's that?
took a break.
Oh, right. So, wait, Val and Abby took a break?
Yeah.
You'd allow that, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
You have either Johnny or Carrie.
well, Johnny's gone, right? We sort of lost radio contact with John at some point.
We
He's
have.
his
still
haircut.
moving. I still see the top of his head.
Let's finish this up and then we'll see if we can get him back in.
But Carrie's here, right?
Harry, go. You can do it.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm.
Ray.
Oh,
Ray,
There's John. John, are you okay with this?
can you hear me?
Yes. Are you okay with this application?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think we can move this one.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you, Stephen. On the motion, Jesse. Yeah, see? How about you, John? Are you in favor of the motion?
Yes.
All right, Diane?
Yes.
All right, Jesse?
Aye.
Very good. Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
I'm in favor too. There you go. Thanks. 11 Pleasant Street, Linda Williams.
Who, I'm so confused as to what board members are here.
Yeah, me too. So, okay, so here's the way it is right at the moment. You have Diane.
Yep.
You have John.
Okay.
You have Carrie.
Okay.
And you have Stephen and me.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. All right.
I got that one.
Let's move forward then. So 11 Pleasant.
Yeah, this is one you guys have already approved, the replacement of all the windows. Just for your edification, we are actually putting in more of the plank frames than you required. So a lot of the windows on both sides of that structure, that front part, are going to be plank frames. So we just say we're doing the front, we're doing 2 on the north, 2 on the south. We might as well just keep going. So we just kept going.
Okay.
What we're doing is changing some of the fenestration. You can see the previous approval on the right. And in addition, we fixed the deck, put the deck back. And I believe HSAB didn't like 15 light doors. I had told them before they gave me the plan for the additions to make sure that these 15 lights were actually 12s and a kick panel. And they did on the back. They forgot to do it on the south side. So they are going to be 12s with a kick panel.
So the 50 we're looking at will become 12s.
Yeah, the ones on the rear, which is right here on the west, are kick paneled. But if you want to go back up one,
See that?
up to the elevation, there we go. These guys, she forgot, I believe, it looks like there's a kick panel, but HSAB thought they were 15, but they will all be 12 with a kick panel. The other thing that they objected to, if there's a stairway there, but they objected to the ganged windows. We don't have a problem splitting them, as long as it's like not more than about 8 inches between them.
The south elevation.
Yeah, south elevation. And then we're putting a foundation under that rear addition, which has no foundation. It is on, I put those pictures in previously. It's on piers, but they're not really piers. They're not stable. So we've got the whole thing supported right now. We're going to put a real foundation under that, make it brick, and then brick all the way around the house. Right now it's a combination of block, brick, and unidentifiable. And the rear deck is coming off. It's already off because it was actually unsafe to work in the house. It was falling off. So we're replacing the deck, and Holly or Kadeem can put up the drawings. There we go. So we're putting the deck back on, making it a sleeping deck, which is not uncommon down there. The houses to our north have these decks in the back, and making it look a lot better and a lot safer than the previous deck, shall we say, which is on the right there in the little picture. And we're adding a couple of windows on the north, and that's about it. So we're rearranging some of the program inside, which is why we're getting further down the road of the renovation on the interior. So that's why we're adding some windows and moving them around on the exterior.
Okay. Thanks, Linda. Holly?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So for the commission's memory, this is a typical Nantucket. Based on what the information I was able to find, it was built before 1808. It's now a 5-bay. HSAB took a look at this yesterday. They would prefer to see the 12 light French doors with that lower panel, and the mullion windows should be separated into 2. These, from staff's perspective, the second floor deck roof plank should mimic the original. So this is my comment. If the pitch that's here could match, it looks like they do, but that was just a comment from that addition. The French doors on the south don't seem to be appropriate, so I think that's been commented that the it's going to be a 12 light versus the 15. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on the north, the single, bring to it right here. On the north, yes. So this 6 light seems to be a little odd. It must be, I didn't look at the floor plan, but maybe it's a bathroom. I would recommend a 6/6 double hung to match if possible. And then as overall understanding the previous COA and the revisions for the windows, these new windows were not included within that original application, because the original application was approved for the rears to be an SDL plank frame with no storms. I just wanted clarification on that.
What was that, Holly?
The original, the approval on the windows had a condition where the rears were going to be SDL, also plank frame.
No,
with
the
no
plank
storms.
frames were on the north elevation. I believe it's north. It's hard for me to see it. North, it was only the front 2.
Okay.
We are doing the other windows. And on the other side, it was only the front 2 and the 9 in the front. Nothing else was plank framed, but we are adding plank framed because we want to add plank framed.
Right.
No, it was just those 2, the 2 on the other and the 9 in the front. That's it. Nothing else was plank framed.
I would just recommend if the plans could reflect that.
Yep.
That's all. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
As far as the 6 light, before we move on, as far as the 6 light, if you would stay up there, stay up on the street side. There, you can't see that 6 light. It is so
It's
close.
behind that little bump
It's
out.
behind the tower.
Yep.
So it's impossible to see anything beyond that. And I've got pictures on the old file. You can't see down that side.
Okay.
But we thought it was okay there because it wasn't visible.
Thank you, Linda. Okay, very good. Who would like to start on this? Once again, the board is Diane, John, Carrie, Stephen, and myself.
Even, okay.
John, you want to go?
If you want, yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. The question is, the windows that are going to be replaced, okay? I have a memory box going back on this. Are they replacing those windows that we see? Are they wooden or fiberglass?
Wood.
It's all wood,
Yep.
okay? And all buttons are true divided lights?
No, they were originally approved, John, as SDLs everywhere, but 2 on the north, 2 on the south, and the 9 in the front. Those are all TDLs. All the rest were gone, were already approved to go to SDLs.
Okay. That's all I need. Thank you.
Okay, John, thank you. Diane?
So I think that it's good, and the windows, you're going to separate the window on the proposed south,
Yep.
which appreciate. And just one thing caught my eye. When we first started this, there was some photographs of existing, and it looked like there was a 6-foot fence on the deck. Was that
Oh, yeah.
there?
We don't know where that came from, frankly. This was all an abomination. That was actually on the Sanborn maps and the aerials. It showed that this was a much later addition. And we don't know where all that came from. It's just not there now because the building department gave us an emergency order to take all that down.
Good.
Oh, good. So that won't be there.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Nope.
Well,
So,
otherwise, I don't have a problem.
okay. Thanks,
has to be
Diane.
discussed.
Okay. Carrie.
Yeah, I'm okay with it as well. I do think separating the windows in the back wing is good just because they're all individual windows except for the bay. On the second floor sleeping porch, you're hipping the roof. I just want to see that. Yeah, okay. So it looks like, yeah, because now it's a random shed way up there. So I think that's an improvement as well.
Great.
I'm good.
Okay, great. Thanks. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's an improvement. It's appropriate, and I have no other comments.
Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like, Linda, it will come as no surprise that we want to, on the south elevation,
Yep.
we want to separate those ganged windows. That
Yep.
sounds like one item. To Holly, we also want to do the 12 lights with the kick panel as opposed to the 15.
Yep.
And to Holly's point, Holly, you wanted documentation or on the windows, right? Some kind of.
Just because this is a revision to the previous approval, which had to do with the windows, these
Right.
plans should reflect the difference between which ones were actually done as STL versus the TDLs.
Okay,
For clarity's sake.
I think we're all clear on the fact that the front, obviously, and then those front windows, front meaning the Pleasant Street side, those two on both the south and the north elevation would also be STL. Does somebody want to make a motion on this?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve. I'm just a little unclear on one thing. The windows were originally just the front would be plank, but now it's that the applicant is proposing to go ahead and do all of the replacements with plank frame?
No.
No, okay.
The front 9, these 2 on the right hand here of the south, and the same 2 on the north side. But I will tell Holly which ones are also going to be planked because we're adding more planked, which we weren't required to do before. So it was a total of what was that, Holly? 13 windows, 9 in the front, 2 on this side, and 2 on the other side.
Mr. Chair, for the clarification, this was what was approved, so it was the sides.
So
Yes.
So I'll mark them for Holly so she knows which ones are going where.
Okay, can we leave this motion up for a moment, please? Motion approved. The staff is using.
I can't, it's blocked on my screen.
You can move the little thing.
And then, so with respect to the SDLs, we're no longer proposing those along the side and rear?
No, the
Or we are?
STLs are staying.
Okay,
The front windows, the front 9 are going to TDLs, which is what they are now. And then the 2 on the south, the 2 on the north are TDLs.
Correct.
But adding more planks than we had originally planned. So everything else is SDLs as originally approved.
so the only thing that's actually changing, other than that you're changing windows, is that some of them will be plank frame, and Holly has an understanding of what they are.
Yeah, and we're
And
gonna.
the French doors would be a 12 light.
Yeah,
And the double windows will be separated.
Yeah.
And that's my motion.
Fantastic. Thank you, Stephen. On the motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
All right, Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. All right.
So glad I got that right. I didn't want to have to do that twice.
No, I didn't either.
Okay, now we're moving along to 4 Gingy. I want to check with the board here. So
Okay.
a few things. Are either Val or Abby back?
Yes.
Val is back. So
Yep.
now we're back to one associate member then.
If you want, it would, maybe I should let the associate, like,
Well, it is kind of nice. I mean, they're sitting
Yeah.
sort of doing nothing. So, well, not doing nothing.
Nothing.
Doing nothing's doing something.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
So,
still here.
Abby, if you stay off just for a moment longer, then we can hear from Jesse if he's still with us.
yeah, Jesse and Steve and Carrie.
Well, actually, we only need one associate for this application. So that associate would be Jesse if he's available.
Yeah.
You are, okay. So let's proceed with 4 Gingy Lane.
Okay, everybody's familiar with Gingy Lane and all the new houses that are up there.
Yep.
This was still retained by the family. It's no longer being retained. This was Taylor's shop at one point. And I put all the historic information that we could find. It was not contributing in 1989. It didn't exist that long. All the wood in it, I put pictures of it, is milled wood. They'd like to demolish it. Richard Glidden is heavily involved. He's the trustee for the family, and they would like to demolish it. I think it's one of the last lots. There's one more house across the street from it. But they'd like to get rid of this thing. I mean, if somebody wants to move it, they're going to have to cut it up pretty severely to get it out of there and down North Liberty. And the sides are sort of composite material. It's kind of wonky. But it was his shop because my ex-father-in-law used to work in it. So I'm familiar with the building pretty much. So that's pretty much it.
Okay. Do we have HSAB on this, Holly?
You have staff.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this was, I just wanted to mention that this was also in the Taylor family, along with the bungalow that's on 70 North Liberty Street. So before Gingy Lane was created, it's up there.
It was
right
all
here.
one piece of property.
Yep, this was
whole thing.
correct. So the fact that if you look at the roof of this structure, comparing it to the bungalow, it's a unique building. I'm just mentioning that it's a shame that these are being proposed for demolition or move. They are getting lost. I would hopefully like to, if you are so inclined to allow this to be demo or moved, that is preferably to be moved. If it must be demolished, it really should have some documentation. Thank you for providing the interior photos for posterity purposes. But again, there's not that many of these that were built within this 1920s, 1940s timeframe. It's evident that it was associated with that bungalow that's on North Liberty that was in the family's property. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Holly. Val, you ready?
Just a note, it was after 1938 when this was built.
Okay. Val?
As much as I agree with Holly, it's changed, but I think it's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Diane?
Oh, I believe that building, whatever, was built by old Mr. Taylor when he was doing stuff on all his property. I guess we have to. I'd rather see it moved, some effort to have it moved rather than have it just demolished.
Okay, I can try and get rid of it for you before it goes to demo.
That would be good. I think if you see the wood inside, it gives you an idea, but old Mr. Taylor built most of those things himself.
Yeah. Or my father-in-law.
When did it become Slippery Al?
Slippery Al bought it, oh God, probably in the 60s, if I recall. We were living around the corner from it, but I think it was in the 60s that Al got it. I didn't do the title search on it.
Okay.
Curious.
Thank you, Diane. Let's see, John.
Aye.
Okay.
Well, do you have any comments on this, or are you okay with it?
Yeah, the only one. Back in the early 50s,
Yeah.
little history that Mr. Taylor and his son built that garage. It's a two-car garage. That's all I'm making a comment. It was locally built. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And
Yes.
Jesse, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know this garage, and it definitely has a bit of history. And sad to see it go, but it's an insignificant structure other than its age. I would like the board to consider whatever's going in this place, to try to consider a little bit of a throwback to this and the history that this has to the island, because I don't think there's much left in the neighborhood. So this is like one of the last pieces from that era, and it'd be great to try to revitalize that in some future architecture.
We'll get a whack at it.
Yeah. Right. Okay, Jesse, thank you. I'm okay with with this little proviso, if we could advertise this first before we got to the demolition. I know that you don't need to advertise it because it's not a dwelling, but I think it was Diane that said if you could advertise it, so we could.
Yeah, and I'm doing that barn out on Milk Street also. I've got to put that out there for people to take that as well, so I'll just do them both.
That's right. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
most proposed demo moves, and especially if they're going to be a demos, do have architectural plans. This does not. It would be nice for posterity purposes for the record keeping.
So when you say documentation, you are referring to like somebody measuring and drawing it up, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's going to be a good 10 grand just to do that. And I don't think they want to do that.
Holly's recommending that. So let's see where it goes. Would somebody care to make a motion on this?
I can do photos instead.
I think they'd like to see how what the wood is inside also. That could be a photo. It doesn't have to be.
I'll get inside it. I took these through the door. I will get inside the building. He just couldn't find a key at that point.
Okay.
Right.
I'll measure it, but I don't want to do $10,000 worth of architectural plans on a shed, basically.
Okay. Well,
Just the four sides.
I'll give
Interiors.
you something.
how about somebody make a motion and we'll see where it goes.
I'll make a motion to unfortunately approve move and demo with photos of all four sides of the interior.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's see where that goes. Okay, so Diane's made that motion. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Very good. John.
Aye.
Good. Jesse.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor as well. Motion carries. Okay, generator at Gorham's Court.
This is a sort of a non-issue here.
Okay, hang on a second. I want to establish your board. So the rotation brings me back to Carrie.
Okay, Carrie.
Yep. And then Diane, Val, Carrie, John, me.
Okay, got it.
All right. So go ahead, Linda.
This isn't me. This is 36 Lily.
What?
You got what's up on the screen? There we are.
1 second.
Oh.
You've gone too far. Is Lucretia Mott in front of Gorham?
No.
Gorham is in front of Lucretia Mott.
Okay, because we got Lucretia Mott up on the screen right now.
1 second. She's getting it up. Just give her a minute. Not even.
Not even a minute.
Not even, Miss Williams. Not even.
Okay. So generator is going where the little black dot is,
Yeah,
right?
I've got a bunch of pictures in here. Gorham Court is that little doohickey. If you go up a little bit farther here,
Yep.
that little thing there near the church, I think. It's just behind the church.
It's down farther.
Yeah, keep going. I've got pictures. Going under the tree, behind the tree, actually.
Okay.
This is what the view is from Orange Street. It's beyond the hedge, behind the fence, and to the left. Here we go. This is from the end of Gorham looking back at Orange Street. This is the end of Gorham right here. You can see the pebbles right here. Becomes their driveway, and it's to the left, all the way to the left in the back. Keep going.
Well, what if okay.
There it is. It's beyond the smart car, under the tree to the right. So it's
To
closer
the
to the
right of the tree.
Yes, it's not visible from anywhere.
So it's basically in front of that little smart car.
Yeah, the smart car is bigger than the generator.
Okay, do we, and what are you doing? Like, are you screening it or what?
No, because it's not visible. It's already screened by the fence, the tree, the
what is-
hedge, and the
what's
end of the street.
Okay, what's the size of the generator?
Keep going. I've got all the specs in here. I believe I put it on the application page as well.
Do we have an actual site plan that shows the location?
Yeah, yeah, there we go.
Right there,
Right
it was
there.
right there under the specs.
And the specs were just above it or just below it here.
Uh,
It's on a 4-foot by, I think, 3-foot pad.
no, so Linda, that looks to me like it's right by where the tree is,
Yeah,
right?
it's to the right of the tree. This is as close as I could get it.
When you say to the right of the,
The circle around it is my circle, not the tree.
no, I understand that, but it looks like,
It's going to the right of the tree.
okay, all right.
It's not visible from anywhere unless you airlift onto up to the tree.
Okay.
You can see where Gorham's Court is here.
Thank you, Linda. Okay, how about you, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this did not go to HSAB, just staff. For context purposes, the main house is a typical Nantucket built for Captain Nathaniel Davis Gorham. Hence Gorham's Court, circa 1824. My comment really is exactly what you said, Mr. Chair. Where exactly is it going near that large elm tree? What's the screen that's being provided? It looked like we had views from the court, so that seemed to be fine, but an exact site plan with dimensions would have been very, very helpful in seeing how it's going to be screened. Those
It's
are comments,
already-
Mr. Chair.
Oh, hold on, my thing is just went off the screen here. Hold on. I keep getting this McAfee thing and I don't want McAfee. If you go down, you can see the dimensions. This is about as small a generator as I've ever seen. I've worked with some really big ones that have to go in vaults. But this one is very small and I believe I've got the dimensions. If when you get to the literature, I've circled
There
it.
it is, right there.
There you go.
It's
46 inches.
4 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet and change.
Yeah, and the pad is only slightly bigger that it's sitting on. So it's not one of those big, large generators that we've been dealing with lately.
It's like the size of a condensing unit, really.
So it's not visible from anywhere.
Okay. Let's see, did I establish a board on this one?
Yeah, it's Carrie, Diane, you, Val, and John.
Right. Okay, who wants to start?
I will.
Thank you.
Who was that, Val?
Based on visibility, I think, it's probably okay. With regard to, like AC units, that kind of thing, which are generally in this size.
Yeah.
We do like to see them screened in some way, even if it's just to mitigate a little bit of the noise. So, like some lattice or a picket fence or something just to do its job.
Okay.
The only comment I have there is it's not going to be used except when the power goes out. So it's not going to have any noise at all. I can put a little teeny fence around it, but I think they wanted to stay that away from the tree.
Yeah, or even vegetation, but let's see where this goes. Okay, so that was Val. Diane.
Diane.
No, I think that if it's next to the elm tree and the pad is just poured on the earth, right? It's not dug in any way in front of the elm tree. And you could just put a couple of bushes around it
Okay,
and it wouldn't be seen.
okey doke.
I think that's accurate, Diane. Okay.
Holly there or something.
Diane. John.
Yes, I have a question. At the end of Gorham's Court, all
Yeah.
right, Gorham's Court many years ago when the Italian woman owned the front house looking over the bank towards the harbor.
Mhm.
And if you're standing in front of the Four Chimneys on the left side,
Yes.
looking in, is a possibility that you can see whatever's going to go right on, whether you've got a mark for generators. Is this 4 individual generators?
Oh, no, not 4, 1.
One, and the fence runs that entire length.
Wait a minute. What I'm saying is I question, are they going to have a fence around this or what as you look in?
There is a fence right there.
Yeah,
Goes
there's
all the way down.
already a fence.
It's a big fence, runs the entire length.
And
Let everybody talk before you respond.
one at a time, please, okay? I'm the guy that's deaf, not you.
Well, he's asking me a
You
question.
go ahead, John. Linda, be quiet. Go ahead, John.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to go ahead on it. This fence there, it goes from here at the driveway out to the Orange Street on the south corner of the, the Ford building there.
No.
Yes.
Linda, just let John speak.
All right.
Continue, John.
Okay, that fence right there, all right. Now that goes all the way out to the street or does it stop right there?
No, that's behind Four Chimneys.
Right.
That fence runs along the backyard of Four Chimneys, yeah.
Site plan, Holly, probably help.
Wait, Linda, now stop interrupting, okay? Thank you. Where this white car is, the generators are going to go next to that big tree?
It's going to go behind the big tree, John.
Behind the tree, okay.
Yeah.
Eh,
Good? Okay, thank you. And Carrie?
Yeah, I think with the fence and the tree, this thing is in the best spot. It's going to be the most discreet location.
I agree. Can we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted with planting around the front and side of the generator.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Very good. Carrie?
Aye.
And on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. And one more for you, Linda, at Lucretia Mott. Tell us all about it.
Okay.
Oh, haven't we seen this?
No, you saw something else a while ago, it was on the other side of the building. I believe HSAB had no concerns. Yay.
That's always nice.
Yeah, this is, if you go down to the pictures, cut to the chase. It's concrete. It's crumbling concrete. The other side, they were given permission.
You mean it's currently concrete?
Yeah, currently concrete on the right. There we go.
Okay.
And they're bricked on the other side. They got permission a long time ago from the ZBA to do brick on both sides. I mean, have 2 driveways because they have 2 separate dwellings.
Okay.
And now we just want to brick it. Get rid of the concrete. And I put a billion pictures in here of everything within between Main Street, Silver Street, Pine Street.
All right. Okay, let's see if that's even necessary. So thank you, Linda and Holly.
I concur with HSAB. No concerns on the
So
proposed.
HSAB did in fact have no concerns.
They absolutely did not have any concerns, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, it would seem that brick would be more appropriate than broken up concrete.
Yeah, lovely.
Anyway, I didn't establish a board on this one. It is to Stephen in the rotation, if Stephen, you are there.
Okay, I'm missing somebody here.
No, you're not.
Oh, Diane.
Diane, Val, John, and Stephen, if he's there.
I got it.
Yeah, I'm here, and I do have a question.
Go ahead.
What's the brick through you, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
S&H, the appropriate brick. If you go to that one
Perfect.
down there.
Thank you.
you'll see that it matches the guy on the other side.
Motion to approve with the S&H brick.
Yep.
Sounds good. Okay, there's a motion on the table to approve with S&H brick. On that motion, Diane.
Good, and that's got running bond.
Yep, running bond.
Running bond.
Aye.
Okay, thanks, Val.
Aye.
Very good. John?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. There you go, Linda. Good
you.
night.
I don't think you're gonna get to my other four, so.
No, I'm not seeing it on the list anywhere.
And I'm in New Jersey, so.
John and I have vowed to get through all 104 applications tonight. So hang in there.
John's
Okay.
going to need another haircut.
36 Lily Street. Now, Mirka.
Good evening.
Hey, Mirka, is this a B&P project?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to need to recuse from this.
What's BNP?
Botticelli Hall.
Oh.
I sort of lose track. But so let's see. Diane, can you chair this for me?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I'll mute.
All right. So who have we got to lead it? Who is the applicant? Where is the applicant?
Okay, so this.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I don't see Abby. I don't know if you want to establish a board.
Yeah, you want to establish a board.
Well, there is Val and Stephen, you just did the last one, right? So
Yeah, I
this
think
one
Luke
would-
and Carrie are up, or Jesse and Carrie.
Yeah. So this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Johnny, are you there?
Yes. I'm here.
Okay, so I will pick Carrie to do it. That gives me Val, Stephen, John, Carrie, and me, and I believe that's 5, hopefully.
Okay.
So, Mirka, you want to begin?
Sure. Thank you and good evening. So the application is for hardscape, which includes the parking area as an extension of the existing gravel drive-in down the Lily Street. Or it's a private drive-in, the end of it. And then I would like to propose as a walkway, the boardwalk at grade exactly along the property to the backyard, and the patio / pavers would be blue stone set in lawn with the green joint. So try to keep it as quiet, as green, as natural. And for any enhancing screening, I would like to propose the all native natural screening, mix of bayberries, inkberries, hollies, which are evergreen, cletra, and I don't know what else, viburnum, and if needed, some cedars for the screening and privacy along the neighboring side. But in theory, there is nothing really, it's a beautiful view. There's no reason to screen, I feel, so I just hope that you feel comfortable with this proposal, and I'm happy to accommodate it otherwise. Thank you.
All right. Is this the original 36 Lily?
I believe so. I believe so. That's the portion of it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Madam
So,
Chair,
yes.
I do have HSAB and staff comments on it. This is the subject lot. So this is now land bank property. And I believe this structure got moved back here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. So
Holly,
obviously
are we talking 36B or 36?
36B is the
Oh,
lot.
all right.
So at the end of this,
Yeah, I know where it is.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure which 36 it was. Okay.
So for context purposes, this structure was proposed to be moved over here, and then Botticelli and Pohl came before you all for a new structure out front. HSAB did take a look at this. Their comments on the hardscaping plan was that they would prefer to see a 6-foot fence start at the other corner of the back building to reduce the length. The bluestone patio will be visible from land bank property. Proposed rectangular bluestone is too formal, would prefer to see irregular cut Goshen type stone. And from staff's perspective, I actually agree that the patio is a little too formal. Maybe with the cut edges is why it seems to be a little formal within the old historic district, and agreed that it will probably be visible, especially how the adjacent lot is land bank property, and that's obviously viewed by public. As far as the proposed boardwalk, I do understand the concept. I would recommend, if the commission is so inclined to approve the boardwalk, that the proposed boardwalk be more of a horizontal boards versus the vertical, because that would be more in line with what is in the lily ponds with land bank. And those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just one thing, Merck, does any of this land run into the wetlands?
No, we are outside of it. Yes, we
Okay.
are outside. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I need to correct myself. I'm sorry. There is a portion between the properties. It's kind of like cut in the 5200s. So we can have a structures, but yeah, so it's beyond the 50-feet buffer. There's a little portion of it. My apologies.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anybody want to begin?
I will.
Okay, Johnny?
Thank you. My question is, could you bring it up 2 notches, please? I can't read it. Thank you. Okay. I can't see the back of it. When you get down the lane here, this town road, you get down to and it connects onto the lily pond. There's supposed to be a building being built down there, and they're going to move one. My question is, does any of this application affect the movement of those buildings down there?
This is those buildings.
I'm sorry?
These are the buildings. That one that's right up, you can see it says equip. That's one of the buildings that has gotten moved.
Right, yeah, right. That was the old bond, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's my questions. Thank you for the interruptions from everybody.
Okay,
One person each. Thank you.
only trying to be helpful. Val?
I agree with what Holly read or said. The formality should be decreased. It should be as subtle and quiet as it can be, given everything that's gone on with this lot, and just blend in with what's around it. The boardwalk also should be just like a basic boardwalk, since that will probably be seen. And I think screening of the AC units is important, but I guess the vegetation will accommodate that. Yeah, that's it.
All righty, thank you. Carrie?
Yeah, I sort of have nothing to add because it's all been said.
Okay. We caught that fence, that 6-foot fence and stuff. Stephen?
Oh, you're going to go with me? Okay, Madam Chair, thanks. I'm a little concerned about the boardwalk. Can we go to the imagery? Zoom out. Can you take it out 3 clicks? There we go. I think the boardwalk shown is evocative of what I'd call New Summer. And that land bank area has the boardwalk with specifically what I'm referring to is the orientation of the planks along the length, so that they are oriented to be run the longer. Well, typically the land bank boardwalks in that area have the planks running perpendicular to the direction of the path. And I think that this look is a nice look. It's a contemporary look, but it's new summer look. And I think that I do appreciate the fact that this will be visible through the split rail fence. That is in keeping with the kind of the neighborhood feel down there where you can see the homes from the land bank property. But I do think that the boardwalk should be going the other direction. With respect to the fence on the other side, I don't think it's going to be visible. The 6-foot board fence, it is in keeping with our guidelines. I am sensitive to the concept or the comment from HSAB, but I think it's approvable. I appreciate the fact that the AC units are located where they are out of visibility. And I think that that fence on the right-hand side will help to mitigate sound to the neighbors. So a tip of the hat to y'all for that. As this is hardscape, and I see the AC, I'm commenting on that. The AC at the northern end of the property may be visible from Gull Island. I'm not quite positive, but I believe it is. So I would like to request that that would have some type of a natural to weather fencing as opposed to painted white that would stick out in the landscape. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Well, I would just go along with what Holly said about having the bluestone irregular and not clunked along the way it's in the picture, drawn in the picture, and that it has grass growing in between it. And I also agree with Stephen on the way the boardwalk should go crosswise, not up and down. So that's what I would add. So, and that all the ACs are covered and not visible, whether that one from Gull Island is, it can have planting around it, no problem. So can we get a motion?
Make a motion to approve through staff with the
Yeah.
boardwalk rotated 90 degrees, the plank of the boardwalk 90 degrees, and the bluestone tightened up a bit in the patio.
Madam Chairperson,
Yes? Yes,
Yes.
Johnny.
I have a question that I couldn't get answered. There's a way that goes from Lily Street down to the town pond there, the Lily Pond. When you go down this road, it says on the application here, there's a 6-foot board fence, gateway, natural. Is this going down, when you're going down that little hill, is this 6-foot fence on the left or right side?
On the right side.
It's not even near it, John. It's not near that area.
You don't need,
See that blue line, Johnny? That's where the fence is, right along there, where
on the left or right going down?
on the right.
On the right, okay. There's an existing picket fence there now.
John, the application does not include board fence along the way on neither right nor left.
If I may help, maybe.
I don't need two people giving me an answer. Okay, now let me go back. Go back to what you just had here showing the plot plan.
John, there's a motion on the floor.
Yes, and I'm questioning the point of order on it.
Well, you know what? This is the point in the meeting where I suggest to the commissioners that previewing the application is an important aspect of our job so that we can make important decisions in a timely manner. Madam Chair, as a point of
Yes.
order, there's a motion on the floor.
I was trying to do that.
Person, there's a point of order on the floor. Now, Steve, don't do this to me again.
John?
You stay out of it. All right, my question, Madam Chairperson, if you walk down that lane and you look to your left, there are supposedly two air conditioners. What I'm trying to get at, is there a fence going to block conditioners from anybody going up and down that public way?
No, you can't see it. So
wait a minute, you can't see what? The air conditioners?
Yes,
Did you go down that public way?
yes.
And you can't see that side of that building?
No, you
I
can't.
was up there. I grew up in that area. Now,
Okay,
well,
let's go on with the
they're
motion.
going to be visible to that public way.
No.
Okay, Madam
No.
Chair, may I just please, John,
I don't think any of you visited it. Forget it. Forget it.
John,
Did
Madam
you?
Chair. Oh my
I-
God, this is,
Us, we'll go on with Steve's motion, which is through staff. Say it again, John, Steve, please. Steve,
yes, Madam Chair.
say your motion once again.
You know what? It's been so long talking about things that aren't even relevant to the application. I almost forgot what it was.
Well, don't forget.
Motion to
Do you want me to
approve
read it
through
to you?
staff. No, motion to approve through staff with the boardwalk planks rotated 90 degrees on their axis and the bluestone tightened up.
To be irregular.
That's
That
what-
wasn't my motion. My
Okay.
motion was just as I said.
Okay.
And I would like to please have it voted on unless John has another question.
Here we go. Abby,
I'm recused. Sorry. I live too close.
Carrie,
Aye.
Johnny,
I'm here.
how do you vote on Steve's motion?
To approve it?
Yes,
He's out of line. But anyway, no, I vote against it. It says you're in the public way.
I would like. to
John,
vote-
you don't know what you're talking about.
I would like.
No
to
offense
vote-
intended.
Can we finish this, please? I would vote nay because I would like to see the stones, blue stones irregular. So,
Me too.
And may I, I'm very happy to change it to Goshen, irregular Goshen with the green joints, if that could be part of the motion.
oh, well,
No, I'm done making motions tonight.
Yeah.
I'm making
So, can I-
emotions now.
can I try one more motion? Somebody that. will
I
be-
believe the motion passed, didn't it, Madam Chair?
No,
Val and I and Carrie. were-
Oh, and John voted no on protest?
Yeah,
Fair enough. Thank
it
you.
only, for me, it only came down to the stone to be irregular.
You're not going
Right.
to see it, you guys. It's like we're looking at something in a plan view.
but
In
then-
any event, whatever there's the pleasure of the commissioners, I'm just an alternate. I'm not really sure what I'm talking about.
well, it doesn't, everybody's got an opinion. So Val, would you make a motion?
Motion to approve through staff with the boardwalk being turned so that it's more typical, as was mentioned before. Not the long vertical way, but horizontal, and the stone patio to be irregular with grass in between.
Okay. That sounds good. So I will go to Carrie.
Aye.
Okay, Johnny,
Vote no.
Okay,
It's the public way.
Stephen.
I'm still a yes, Madam Chair.
All right, and I'm a yes too. I'm a mess, but I'm a yes. So
Yeah, we all are.
Thank you.
it's passed with that. Okay, America?
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
You too.
I'm
What's
so-
left of it?
Thank you, Diane. I'm so sorry I didn't get to participate in that.
Well,
Makes you want to eat a pint of ice cream when the movie's over.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Stephen Hollister, are you there, friend? I think you are.
He is
Yes,
indeed.
sir.
All right,
Hi,
so
everybody.
we go to 1 East Lincoln Street. And let's see, Abby, I heard your voice. You're back.
Yeah, I'm just listening. It's fascinating just to
Isn't it
listen.
fascinating as seen from the outside?
Yes, it really is.
So, yeah, I'm going to recuse.
I'm here if you want me,
Okay,
otherwise
well,
alternate.
why don't we come back to you since you're here? It'll be the regular board for this one anyway. Okay, Stephen, what do you got?
Okay, putting a porch on the back of this house. It's a corner lot, R1 zoning, and so because it's on a corner, it has a 10-foot side yard setback. And so we had to do a little notch in the porch.
Do you mean
it's-
porch or a deck?
It's a covered porch.
Okay, let's take a look at the elevations. Cute little building. Huh.
And so on the back side, sort of the additive flanks have very low eaves. And so in order to have a reasonable amount of daylight out of the north side of the porch, that eaves just a touch higher than those. And so that plate height pretty much matches the front eave of the structure.
I see that. Yep. Okay. Is that it, Stephen?
Yep.
All right. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, HSAB did take a look at this. First off, I wanted to mention that there were no historic information included on the application or in the application, or photos for that matter. This is a circa 1930 cape that obviously has been added over time. HSAB took a look at this week. They said that the tall gable porch roof is very awkward and doesn't relate to the existing architecture. A shallow pitched hip roof would be more appropriate. And I would mention that this is a sensitive addition, but with HSAB's recommendation on the roof style and pitch, it would be better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Just interject, sorry, there should be photos. They were submitted and I can resend them now if that's of any benefit.
Yeah, we didn't get any. That's what makes it hard. If they were they a separate? Then?
No, they were part of the submission.
Okay.
Hey, Stephen, can you screen share? Do you have them?
Sure.
Would be helpful.
Okay. Hang on.
If anybody cares, the wind is picking up.
Oh boy, it's rough out there. It's pounding on my window out here.
Pretty rough in here too.
Yeah.
The wind, Stephen, the wind.
I just got that. Yeah, a lot of wind. Okay, there's the house. Thank you. How about, I mean, what we're really interested in, of course, is the back.
So this is the side street here.
Okay. So we would see, like, under that chimney, we'd see your gable popping out.
That's right.
If HSAB gets their way.
This is the location of the porch.
Okay, got it.
This is on the right-hand side of the porch. This is on the left-hand side of the porch. That's the backyard.
Okay. All right. I think that covers it for us. Who would like, oh, okay, it's a regular board. Yep.
I'll take.
Let's let John go first.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, yes, I looked at it, perused it all over. And it's a nice little cottage. A bunch of them were built down there by Elmore Swain back in the 40s and 50s. Anyway, what has been proposed tonight, I'll make a motion to approve it as approvable, every bit of it. It's a nice little shack, and the addition treats a nice treatment to what's existing. Thank you.
Okay, John, I'm going to hold your motion just because we haven't heard from anyone else yet. So let's hold the motion off to the side for a moment. Abby.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand HSAB's.
They want a hipped roof rather than a gable.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that either, but I think it's nice that I'm very grateful that he's keeping the height of this old cape and that it's all the agenda is on the back. And, you know, I'd be happy also to okay this, but I think a hip would probably be even more subtle. So that's what I've got. Thank
All
you.
right, sounds good. Thank you, Abby. Val?
I'm okay with it. I think it's also a sensitive addition to what's been getting ripped up on that street. So thank you.
Okay, Diane?
I do too. It's the only one I think that stayed fully a one-story place around. I don't know what making that roof a hip roof would be. I think this roof is fine.
Well then, so John has made a motion to approve as submitted. So it sounds like that motion would still carry despite not having hip, leaving it the way it is. So let's give it a try. On the motion, Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and John on your motion.
Aye.
Very good. And I'm in favor too. That was easy, huh, Stephen?
Thank you, everybody.
All right, night, night.
Bye.
How about Brooke? We got Brooke here. Brooke's gonna take it home.
Yes.
I believe you will, right? I mean, you got what, 6 applications here?
It's all the same. It's all the same house.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we have 20 minutes. Let's see where it goes. Okay, Brooke, new dwelling.
All right. Can I screen share?
Yeah.
All right,
Love it when you screen share.
thanks. Let me
Well, not if it takes that long.
come on, come on. Tough crowd. Got a lot of screens here. All right. All right, here we go. So 12 Korea Lane, which
Give us
is
a locus. Zoom in on the locus. There you
Yep.
go. Right,
12 Korea Lane. Here's South Shore Road. Here's Blueberry Lane.
right.
It's way down here,
Other side, yep.
Korea
Other
Lane.
side of South.
It's a 1 acre lot. The building itself, pretty much most of the program here is at the back of the lot. There's only one structure forward, and everything else will just be, near this end. It abuts private property right here and right here. So there's definitely some limited public visibility of the pool and court. And I know we're not talking about that right now, but it's just helps to paint a picture of the whole program. So without further ado, here's the side that faces Korea Lane.
Mm-hmm.
Here is the side that faces to the north and west and to the pool.
Okay.
This is the side that faces to the rear and to the sport court back here.
Okay.
And this is the side that faces the neighbor to the east.
And it looks like Brooke, you've got a little kind of pergola element that's connecting the house and the guest house, right?
Yes, that is true.
So that's north, so that would be on the west elevation, right?
That would be right there.
Yeah, but I mean, it would show up on the west elevation of your house.
Yes, it would show up on as drawn. It would show up on the west elevation. But yes, I obviously
It doesn't actually show up, but it's presumably by that door, right?
it would be, yes, just to the right of that door in this zone.
Okay, all right, okay. Colors?
Colors are cobblestone trim, black sash, black doors.
Okay.
But most of what's visible is this north elevation.
Mhm.
I think the rest of it is not really visible from a public way.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Start.
Are there structures on the site?
Um,
It looks as though there's structures on the site. That's why I'm asking on the locus. It would be helpful
Even
if
on the
there were
locus, you
pictures
can
of
oh,
the properties near it
Oh, yeah, see those two?
or an
little-
aerial. Yeah.
I did not see that. Um, all right, well,
Well, regardless of that, what's the colors?
it's cobblestone and black, and I will come in for an application to take care of those buildings, but I think just by by that locus map, they're probably pretty small.
Yeah, it looks like they're sheds.
Yeah.
I think the house is fine. It's appropriate.
Okay, thanks, Val. Diane?
I think it's fine. I just would not choose black as the trim in the front door. That's all the foot.
Okay. See where that goes. I tend to agree with you. Abby?
Yes, I agree. I think, there are some softer blacks like gunmetal or something just off black that isn't so harsh for a, sort of an outlying area.
Well, my guess is that Brooke might be using Anderson windows, which have prescribed colors. Is that correct, Brooke?
That is correct.
So you're kind of like, they have black, of course, but then they also have like one or two grays.
Well, I would choose any gray, light or dark, but black is.
Well, it's also cobblestone trim, so it's all gonna fade into the background.
That's true, but black,
Well,
black is modern color, or else you go back to the Revolutionary War, which it was used back then, but there's a gap of a few hundred years. So I would prefer not to see the black, that's all.
Yeah, I would prefer a lighter color. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, that's all you got. John?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, John.
At the time of this application, as of today, I'll say that there is a lack of visibility to this application. But anything above the second floor to me is visible from the Korea Lane going in. I think it's Korea Lane. But anyway, as far as the structure itself, I find the only thing, I can't read what elevation has the 5 French doors.
The what?
The west.
And that's John, that's right here. It's tucked under a porch, and it's hidden by this building and by this structure. And this whole thing is set back about 200 feet from Korea Lane. This is private property. That's private property. So it's not visible, or very close to not visible.
Thank you. Nice comment. The other thing I was going to ask, the front door. That's typical. That's a nice door, that is, with the boarding. I can't say any more about it. Is there a cellar entranceway to this?
It's on the south elevation.
Okay, thank you. What, is there any air conditioning?
Yep, it's right here. It's all boxed in. Yep.
Repeat that?
It's right here. It's boxed in, and it's also
boxed in. Okay, fine.
And it's also at the back. It's definitely not visible.
Yeah. Okay, fine. That's my comment. Thank you.
All right, John, thank you. Let's see. Did I get everybody?
So far.
I got John, Abby, right? Val, Diane. Got all of you, right? And the only substantive comment I heard was to change from black to like dark gray on the trim. I mean, on the sash.
Yeah, that's right.
So Anderson has black, white, sand tone, cream, and bronze. Bronze is
No, we just went through this with somebody else and they said there was a dark gray.
there. That's sand tone, and it's not a dark gray.
No, Sandtone is putty color.
Yeah, yes. So those are the 5 colors. If you, unless you're using the A series, which is like another jump in price up, then
Oh.
those
A
are the
series.
colors.
We're probably using the A series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these are the 400 series.
All right.
Well,
So that's
we-
why we've got, it's either,
do you-
you know, it's black, like the other colors besides like maybe the green is kind of a non-starter.
The
And I'm
green-
pretty sure that my client doesn't want green.
What
green-
about white?
Oof.
Well, the trim is gray, right?
Yeah, and the white will just pop too much for
Yeah,
a rural.
I agree with
How
that.
about just gray and gray?
Well, he's saying there is no gray.
Well, they can go up to the A
Well,
series.
get
No, we
the,
can't. Val, that's just, that's,
If somebody who's building a compound like this can't go up to the A series.
I don't understand. We're saying the black is too harsh. So what, we don't, I don't understand. Why are we
all right,
going
so,
back?
so the black has been approved pretty much everywhere else on the island in, especially in
No.
rural.
That's not true.
Overused.
It's not true.
Okay,
It has not been.
all right.
okayed on-
If you were on this session earlier, you would have heard the
Okay,
same.
so how about this? How about we'll go with the sand tone and the cobblestone for now. And the front door, we'll go with, I don't know.
Cobblestone. Why don't you go with something matching? Or else a soft blue.
Yeah, how about we'll go with the Hamilton or Folger blue for the front door. Sand tone, window units and cobblestone trim.
Okay.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah,
Doesn't really match, but who cares?
Well, we'll be back.
Okay.
I just have to check and see if we can use the A series and then the colors are,
No, then we'd be much happier. Tell your client we'd be so much happier.
okay.
Does somebody want to make a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted with the colors changed to sand tone on trim, the Hamilton blue on the front door and
Cobblestone
cobblestone
on
for the
that.
dashes, I guess.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val,
Okay.
just okay?
Yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah.
it's a weird combination, but okay.
All right, Abby.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, thanks. John?
Aye.
All right, Diane, on your motion?
I, with hoping that he would, Brooke would change, would look and see what comes available on the
Yeah.
A series.
Okay, and I too am in favor, so you got yourself an approval there, Brooke. Do we want to go to the studio? We've got just shy of 10 minutes left.
I think we should bring up 23 Broad, 10 minutes.
23
I'm
what?
just joking, just joking.
Well, I missed.
That one's going to be very contentious. Abby was just making a joke. I've probably sent you 11 emails with
Yeah,
letters regarding it.
Getting dinged.
All right.
23 Broad, 23 Broad.
No, it's, sorry, Abby, sorry to disappoint, but Brooks he's got the show right now. Okay, studio, there it is. Is that our?
Studio, again, all of this is set back from Korea Lane.
Okay, board members.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you. Val,
Same.
Diane.
Same.
All right, how about you, John?
What was the motion, please, Ray?
Well, no, there isn't a motion. I'm making sure that you're okay with this application before we put it to a vote.
This is for the house.
This is for the cottage, actually.
What am I looking at? Okay, all right, okay, I see the cottage. Yes, yes.
Okay, how about a motion, folks? And
Motion to approve
all
with
right,
with the cobblestone and the
sandstone.
baby doll beige.
This sandstone, cobblestone. We should just say same color palette as approved for the main house. How about that?
Right,
Yeah.
that sounds good.
Okay, that's Abby's motion. On the motion, Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
you, Abby.
Aye.
I'm in favor. Okay, that's 2 down. How about our garage?
All right, here's the garage. So this is a board and batten type structure.
Oh,
And it is forward on the lot, and it is designed to look like a utility structure. I don't know that it needs to relate to the main house, and obviously it doesn't. I have a photo of a similar situation with board and batten and shingle of a house on Folger that I designed a long time ago. Just so you can see how it came out, which I think it came out pretty well.
So nice, natural to weather.
Yep.
yeah.
So that's,
Mr. Chairman, I'll take it.
What did you say, John?
I'll take this one if you want.
Okay, let's just make sure. Brooke, you finished?
Yes.
yeah, I am. The doors face away from the street.
Got it.
So that's usually a trigger for
Yeah.
y'all.
Okay, so John, go ahead.
Yes, all right, okay, I'll go with this one. I'll make it quick.
Yep.
Yeah. North elevation, I hope that deck is no less than 8 feet off the wall. Second one is the, I can't see what elevation it is. Could you open it up? One more. No, one more.
This one?
No. He's talking about making
Means make it bigger.
Wait a minute, I'm at the garage door. All right, please open it up a little larger.
It's a west elevation, John.
That's good, thank you. I find that the door themselves with the vertical boards is nice, but the archway is would be have to go. There's no reason for it, and it's non-typical for the neighborhood. Run that top board right straight across above the light, the glass. Yes, make a change on that.
Okay.
Could I go to the next elevation, please, the south?
Not visible.
Okay. Would you let me speak, please? Thank you. And could you go to I think the east elevation we're missing. East elevation, yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, yeah. Well, what is that horizontal lines across there?
That's cable railing.
I'm sorry?
Cable rail.
Cable, yes, it's not appropriate. I would suggest putting for the regular archway in there, and not an archway, but
Balusters.
yeah, balusters in there. It would be a lot easier. This is not typical. I wouldn't approve it, but anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Who next?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I don't want to see at that barn door, that barn siding from the street. I'm still hurting from the one on Pulpus Road.
This, by the way, is not painted. Like the one out in Pulpus is painted white. This is natural.
This is natural to weather. And again, let me show you that photo.
Well, you notice you have green windows there and how nice they look with the natural to weather.
That looks really nice.
It does. I
Pretty
agree
sharp.
with you. Well, we
I
could
think
go
we should
back
go
and
back
turn
and
everything green.
Okay, so, but on this application, I would prefer to, like John, I'd like to see it, the garage door straightened off. And I would prefer shingle. Other than that, I think the whole site should be dark green and natural to weather.
Okay, thanks. Val?
I have nothing that hasn't been said. I think it's natural to weather is fine and changing the doors.
Yep, agree. Diane?
Well, I agree too, except is there a reason to have those small windows on the north elevation on the first floor? I would rather see them the same size as the windows above. It looks.
It's a barn.
I know it's a
Right.
barn, but being a barn doesn't mean you have an apartment on the second floor. If that's why they have big windows up there, it's no hay lift and whatever. If you can't do them, that's fine. I just asked
Yeah.
the question.
I can maybe put a window, maybe a big window here and a big window here. I don't want 3 though. I think it'll be too
No,
busy.
just 2. It would balance that wall out. And it is the first kind of building in that area, and Career Lane is not a thoroughfare. It goes down to David Place's old place, and that's the end of it. So that's all. I just would like to see a little heavier on that north elevation, if it's possible.
Yep.
Okay, so I agree with the rounded doors. Sadly, we already approved all this other, but green trim and the natural or green sash with the natural wood looks really good, just FYI. So what are we doing about the north windows?
What do you think? Oh, the north windows. I was talking about the south windows.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I
North
just read
window.
better. I am thinking of the north windows instead of having 3 small ones, to make 2 big ones at either side of the house of the walls
Okay,
coming down.
Brooke, it sounded like you were okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I mean, either
Well,
way.
Let's go. Let's get a motion.
Motion.
And it can be
I would
different.
motion to approve as submitted, because I think that indicates more of a barn facing the road, but that's just my perspective, and changing the doors to square.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
I have a comment. I missed something.
Go
On
ahead.
the south elevation, on the right side, it's a open space that there should be horizontal and not archway.
Oh,
Horizontal coming out.
that little curve thing on the right-hand side.
It's not visible.
Yeah, actually.
Exactly.
He said
Yeah.
it's not visible. I didn't say that.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
That actually faces to the back of the property, so you're not going to see that. From the road, it's just a wall with a window in it.
That makes sense. Withdraw my comment. Thank you.
But, if he's going to change the tops of the garage to straighten out, he might want to change that too, just because it doesn't relate back anymore.
Well,
I'm just saying.
That's Brooke's thing
Right,
because
it's
honestly,
Brooke's prerogative. I just
yeah,
say.
I mean, because we're not going to see it. That's the important thing. Okay, so I believe the motion was Val's, and it was, we're going to leave the windows on the north side. The 3 windows are actually, there's 4 small windows, but leave them the way they are. And the west elevation, those doors would become straight across, not arched, through staff. Was that your motion, Val?
Yeah, and what are we doing about the color? Are we gonna try to sway them or just?
So
I think give him the choice of the green or the what's that terratone. Give him the choice to make, and then he can do that for either. He can do that on the main house too.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. What was the sash color that we had, Brooke?
I think it was proposed as black. We went to sand tone, but now we're thinking about green, which I think green would be great.
You do?
Yeah.
I personally do.
So then with that in mind, the doors would be green or natural, correct?
Right,
not the Hamilton blue.
right.
True.
Okay, so I'd be good
So
with that.
just to be clear, the sash is being approved as either green or the Terratone, correct, Brooke?
Green or sand tone.
Sand, sorry. Okay, so that is Val's motion. On the motion, Diane?
Mr. Chairman, I missed something.
Yes.
Yeah, Abigail and I both said you ought to straighten out that archway. I'd like to get an opinion on that too.
But we talked about the archway, John, and the archway faces back into the property. It does not face the road. Trust me, you'll never see that arch.
I always trust you.
Yeah.
So let's see, Val has made a motion. Diane, you were in favor of the motion?
Yeah, I was in favor.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Aye.
How about you, John?
Aye.
Okay, Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. That passes. So, hey, Brooke, friend, it's
Yeah,
after.
let's, we can see you on Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, we're all.
Thank
super
you for
tired.
taking the extra time.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I have a comment. Can we set up at some point to have a, what do you call it?
Yeah.
Powwow.
You know, the group of us have some discussion.
Organizational meeting.
Yeah.
Very limited agenda though, so maybe we could focus on getting certain things accomplished.
When do we have a limited agenda?
At this particular meeting. There's not a lot, my experience with these meetings is there's not a lot of utility in talking about 15 different things because we're so busy, we don't get anything done.
Okay, so then we should establish what those items would be.
Yes. Not
Okay.
tonight. I'm just suggesting we might take that tact and see if we get some.
All right, so here, Kadeem.
Yes.
Holly, here's what I would like you to do. Send out an email to all the board members saying, if we had an organizational meeting in the near future, what would some potential topics be so that we can review them and kind of get, the hot button topics on the agenda? Because I agree, it should be limited, and have substantive discussions on each thing. Can you do that, Kadeem?
I absolutely can.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you, Val, for that comment. Now, there is a motion to adjourn, but do we need to approve minutes before we do that?
I already.
Sherry would appreciate that.
I would appreciate it.
Hey, John, can we hold your motion to adjourn until we just approve the minutes of October 12th and 14th?
No
I
problem.
make a motion to approve 12th and 14th.
Okay, very good. So that's a motion to approve minutes of October 12 and 14. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John.
Repeat the motion, please.
I gotta
We're
go.
approving
Bye.
the minutes of the 12th and the 14th.
I'm sorry, Valerie interrupted you. Go ahead.
We're approving the minutes of the 12th and the 14th.
Thank you. Yes, I'm in favor.
Very good. Thank you. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
That motion carries. Now I'm going to entertain John's motion, which is to adjourn. On John's motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Please, aye.
All right, Abby? Abby? She's already adjourned.
Yeah.
Abby, did I just hear you?
Nope, Abby's gone.
Abby's gone. Okay, Carrie, you still there?
Jerry's gone.
Carrie's gone. Steven, you there?
Steven's gone.
Okay, well, then I guess it's just down to me. Oh, actually, Diane, on your motion. Or no, John,
Aye.
your motion. What the hell am I talking about? John, on your motion.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor too. Thanks. Long night. I appreciate all of your sticking in there. Have a nice night, and we'll see you Thursday.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Goodbye. Good night. Good night. Thank you.
Holly.
Thank you.